Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday. Hey, it's Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Oh, and I gotta switch the scene. Here we go. Now you can see my screen. All right. Okay, guys, thanks. So you guys can see my screen and you can hear me. All right. Well, plenty of action this morning. Now I've actually done some pre-market stuff. I cannot believe it. I'll get into that just a little bit later. So the China EVs, electric vehicles, are still hot, though they are starting to actually give up some of their gains. I'm just noticing this. There's NIO. NIO is fading just a little bit. There's a huge bottoming tail. I don't know if we can really know if that's for real or not, but anyway, there is NIO, XPEV, the other one, starting to fade just a little bit, and LI fading a little bit more than the other ones. And this was an AI alert yesterday. LI was an AI alert yesterday, and I think the alert was at 29.25. So, again, for those of you, I'm not saying they're all going to work like this, but for those of you wondering about holding some of the AI alerts, obviously 29.35, what did it hit this morning? 41.83 is fading though right now. Interesting. So this is what I did this morning. Candy. Actually, not this morning. You've heard me talk about, well, sort of this morning. Heard me talk about candy quite a bit. I'm thinking that this is lagging the other three. It is a China EV. I decided to take this one right near the end of the day at I think it was 689. 689 had a nice pop pre-market. Looked like it was really going to start running like the rest of them. If you're in the room, Chris, I remember you were talking about these bottoming tails and some of these topping tails that come out of nowhere, almost look like flashes. I disregarded it, but then as it started to fade again, I thought, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of this and I can always get back in. So I took it out at 757 from 689 yesterday. So kind of it's interesting to watch these. We sort of discount them, but as you were pointing out, I don't know if you're in the room, Chris, I think it was you, Chris, talking about a lot of times they seem to catch up to these bottoming tails. And that's what happened on this one, and I think the other ones too. So let's take a look at the other action. Now DraftKings this is the other thing I did in the pre-market. Again, I don't often do this. I'm out of this trade right now. DraftKings DKNG had earnings. This is one that I actually looked at the report in a little more detail than I normally do. Normally I just gloss over. I see the headline. I know it's earnings. Okay. But they've also guided well. My big thing about this one, of course, is that it has this big gap on the monthly and the weekly charts. To the daily chart to about 51.35. I ended up taking this one in the pre-market at 43.86. Again, a little out of the norm for me. I don't usually take stocks over 20, but I have sold out of it. That move down here, though it didn't last, it got over 46, and I ended up selling it right underneath 46. I think it was 46. Actually, 45.69, so a little bit under more than I wanted. But I'm going to be watching this one. I mean, this has the capability of putting in a big multi-dollar run once the market settles. Once we get into the market. So I'm definitely going to be watching this one. And what else? CBAT. So the EVs. I mean, that EV sector is hot. But again, another one that is. Really giving up a lot of the early morning gains, 618, giving up $1. I don't see any specific news for it, but again, it's just the EV sector. Net Element, let's see if this is holding its gains. Net Element, not too bad. I mean, it got up to 890, almost 9. It pulled back underneath 8, and now it's starting to crawl back a bit. And a lot of these, of course, are just low float situations. I don't see any specific reason for Net Element, but had actually the pop after hours yesterday. Right at the end of the day, 3:30, you see it had a big pop. So it kind of continued after hours. Solo from yesterday, again, EV play, not China, but you know, another one that is, it's almost like something happened, okay? They put a bit of a downer on the EV market. Yeah, this is short-term thinking, of course, but I mean, this was as high as 573, and it got all the way back down to 5. Big percentage drops. Hall of Fame, HOFV, probably piggybacking a little bit on DraftKings. I don't see any specific news for it. It is an EV play, okay. Thank you, Dave. Sun W. So this could be, I mean, this could be interesting. Yeah, it's an EV play, but their big news was that, you know, the conjecture back here a couple of months ago was that they were going to do a merger with PEC, P-E-C-K, and it's not going to happen now. So of interest, take a look at PEC. PEC is not really, that's moving a little bit. It is actually shortable too, for me anyway, at Interactive Brokers. So that was I guess the shareholders voted that merger down. So that initially popped the stock up all the way up to 371. I got another one that is pulled right back. AWX, see if this is holding its gains. AWX. Okay, AWX, yeah, it's kind of holding its gains. I don't see a specific reason for it. Okay, when I'm looking, just trying to look at my headlines here, I don't see a specific reason. It had earnings on the 12th. After hours, really gapped up after, almost like the earnings were after hours yesterday. We have it pre-market yesterday, so I'm not sure. But 245, it gapped up to 245 after hours. Low float, 2.2 million in the float. SFT, and this is a big gap down. This is a gap down on earnings. This happened after hours yesterday. I think after hours. Yeah, post-market. Not a huge reaction after hours, but look at that's that mauve area right here. So not a huge reaction, but look at this. I mean, now the pre-market, and it's just sinking. SFT. There is no clock in trade ideas. If you're looking for a clock, and there is no clock. I think most of us, you know, your broker has a clock, and of course your computer has a clock, but there is no clock within trade ideas. There was a question from the YouTube feed. SAVA is a gap down. SAVA is a gap down, and I think the reason for this one is, there we go. I saw the funding, now I see the price. 75 million. It's 9.3 million shares at $8 a share, so it's a little bit above the financing price. FSR, one of the SPACs. This is actually doing quite well. I mean, look at this nice gap. Look at the volume, 1.7 million already. FSR. And I think this is probably EV related. And Codex, not Kodak, but Codex, C-O-D-X. CODX. Another nice little gap up. It is an it'll have earnings next week, but in advance. I mean, look at the room this one has. This is in advance of its earnings next week. So this month the high has been 1555, so it's above that. It's above the highs here the last 2 months. Look at the void. Look left on that monthly chart. A lot of room. CODX. Okay, so DraftKings is right back. I mean, this could have kind of like the move for LI and the EVs yesterday, the China EVs. I mean, it's up 11%, so I mean, it's obviously up a lot. But I mean, it just has that look that it, you know, once the market opens, you just keep tacking on. I'm not suggesting you take the trade. I'm just pointing this out. just because of this, this massive void on that weekly chart. This got up to what, 65, almost $65 before. I think they did a financing in this area, so it kind of fell in hard times. But I mean, look at that nice gap right now for DKNG. The market is up. SPY is up as we speak. So market is putting in a little bit of a gap up. Oh, I can't tell you if it's too late. I mean, take look where they've come from. I mean, I can't tell you if it's too late. I'm sorry. So WC, when you say, is there a live stream? I mean, you're listening to me. You can hear me, right? And you can see, you should be able to see my screen talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. So, I mean, look where NIO's come from. Look where they have all come from. So, I mean, I can't tell you, is it too late? I mean, you're sort of in chase mode, but, oh, okay. First of all, I want to, can you hear me? And really? Nothing is streaming there? According, I am. Oh, well, hopefully that's just you. I just put yeah, everything is good. Okay, WC. So maybe it may be just your PC. I'm getting some other reports. Everything is good. It's fine. So it must be on your PC, WC. Phew, because otherwise I'd have no idea why that wasn't happening. Anyway, you're in this room now. You might as well just stay here. Okay, so what I want to do right now, 9:17, let me just quickly take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Actually, we have kind of a short list for each. Let me just quickly get them in. Just a few more upgrades to go. Disney, I did talk about Disney. Disney had earnings, I believe. Here's their streaming service doing very well. It's kind of rescuing them. Briefing.com, yes, briefing.com. Many sites out there do have upgrades and downgrades. You know, I sort of repeat myself every day, but I mean, the reason I use it is because it gets sent to me about 9:10 to my inbox, so I don't really have to do any scouring. Yeah, and I did mention Palantir, PLTR earnings also. Not a good reaction to earnings for PLTR. All right, there are the upgrades and some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So Perseverance Trading, in terms of seeing my watch list, now I haven't changed the symbol list name for a long time, so it's possible it's possible that you have got an old symbol list. And if you right click on my watch list and right click, configure, symbol list, check, see which one is checked. Okay, it should be best WL. That should be checked. Okay, and if you're loading it from the channel, I mean that definitely every day, I mean that it should update. But just do a check. Okay, is what I thought. So remember, so the question was, so for my watch list up and down, do it a couple of ways. I am sharing the layout right now. So this is for the test drive. So I'll pop this in here. This is the test drive layout. Now it's going to be a little bit different from what you're seeing on my screen, but not much. Yeah, oh yeah, nothing will happen in these two windows. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. I put a delay. You know, we have a timer, so I put a delay. You should start seeing alerts right here, right at 9:30. But no, yeah, nothing happens until the market opens. Yeah, something really took the wind out of the sails for these EV plays. I don't know if some news came out, or, but that's a pretty steep percentage drop for Candy, KNDI. So these might give us a, depending if they can stabilize somewhat, might give us a nice, more inexpensive entry. Well, the only thing about that perseverance, I mean, they were so strong pre-market, so I don't know. I mean, look how strong. Look at LI after the, and I could look at NIO and the other one XPEV, and I'm sure they did the same thing. Definitely Candy did. I mean, look how strong all these were after hours yesterday. Continued pre-market. Okay, so J Chicago. One of my scans that you can take a look at is I call Option Plays Magic. And it's kind of based on the channel that is there. Just give me a second here. So I'm going to, basically what I want to do is have people look at my home page, okay? So, because there's lots of information there. So, J Chicago. If you click on my link, and then here are my scans here, and one of them, Options Play Magic. Okay, so that has a lot of option filters in there. You can take a look at that, okay? There is a channel for options, and it's kind of based on this. Now, the other one, I'm stubbornly, I guess I'm stubborn on this one, this BNTC. I do want to see if it takes out 3 later on today, just to see. I mean, it's a kind of strange action this week. I mean, look at that weekly volume bar right there. Look at the monthly. So I'm just wanting to see if it can, get over 3. It's going to have to take this out again. that 325. So I'm going to stick an alert, price alert, right. 324 is good enough. So I'm going to create a price alert 324, see if it takes it out sometime. Might not happen today, but maybe next week. And triggers again. Just because of the void, okay? I mean, you look left on that weekly chart and you've got a lot of room if it can clear this. Looked like it was going to do it yesterday, got up to 350, but it just, for whatever reason, just stopped. Codex is interesting. I mean, look at CODX. I mean, just have to look at this monthly chart. I mean, if it can maintain and if it can pop over 16, I mean, look at the room this one has. I mean, this, you know, what, 3 months ago, this was as high as $31. Again, this was a virus play, I believe. This morning, it's here. Yes, it is here. IFA is here. Yes, I mean, it did show up. And we don't even have a float for it, so I don't even know what the float is. So, Chris, did you see those bottoming tails? That's you, right? You're the Chris? We have a few Chris's in the room now. You know, you're the Chris that talked about how topping tails and bottoming tails on sort of flash, looking like they can't be real trades. Okay, so you influenced me, my friend, to get out of the candy this morning. Because it had one of these it had a big bottoming tail there. It popped back up. Then it started to drift down, and they all did. I think, look at the SPY. I mean, look at the SPY had that bottoming tail also. And we always think we disregard them. Boy, keep an eye on that DraftKings, guys. I mean, it's a really nice press release. I'm out of the trade now, but you know, I might get back into this. Yikes! Look at Candy now, KNDI. It's a big pop. Will that hold? Wow! Look at this. Well, are they all coming back like this? And the answer is, man, look at these bottoming tails here. It's kind of weird. Take a look at the other ones. Are they all looking like this in terms of the bottoming? No. So NIO had those bottoming tails. How about XPEV? So NIO's the only one. So XPEV is starting to come. But look at the move for Candy. I'm not in this anymore, but look at that move. All right, market's going to open in less than a minute. And yeah, less than a minute. So let's have a great end to this trading week. It is included in that test drive link layout for the next week anyway, WC. Less than 30 seconds, yes, 15. I'm not going to do the countdown, but and today's Friday, and it is the Friday the 13th. If you guys are, what is it, triskaidekaphobia or something like that. We're open. All right. Well, DraftKings is actually fading pretty strongly here. DKNG. There's Hall of Fame, HOFV, lots of volume coming in. So kind of thought it was piggybacking a little bit on the DraftKings, but it's certainly going. No, by the way, guys, I did not mention UROV. It is a buyout, okay? Didn't mention it. I know it's up huge, 93%. It's a buyout. Looks like the buyout price is $16.25, so that's why I did not mention it. Boy, candy. Look at KNDI. And look at the volume coming in. Wow, sugar. Or something stronger. I am not in this anymore. All right, look at that reversal for HOFV. All the way up to 327, and then it just reversed. NAVB, I saw this in the pre-market. I just thought maybe there'd be too much resistance around 3. So it didn't really catch my eye. I mean, it caught my eye, but I didn't really think too much of it. You can see where it got to. Got up to 3. You look at that weekly chart, and that's right there. That's 3. It's a low float, 18 million in the float. I don't see any specific news for it. Wow, look at SFT, guys. This is an earnings play. Wow, is this ever taken to the woodshed? This is an all-time low right now, too, SFT. VIPS, kind of gapped up and big reverse now. Yeah, Solo like candy. Now this is not a China EV, of course. This is hometown EV from Vancouver. And what do we have here looking left? The high is $6 right there on that monthly chart. That's 4 months ago. FUV, let's take a look at FUV. Yeah, FUV is usually piggybacks a little bit with the Solo, and it still has a little bit of room looking at that weekly chart. FUV, another low float, 23 million in the float. And nothing will happen in the for the AI, Holly, until at least 9:35. All right, well, after fading quite a bit in the pre-market, there goes CBAT, EV play, CBAT. Wow, Solo, wow, took out that 6 like nothing. So far, anyway. Boy, Candy, why did you do that to me? I had to do this in the pre-market. Just kind of scared me out of it, but still looks interesting to me longer term. I'm not in it anymore, but still looks interesting to me longer term. Got right up to 10.01 back here. Well, looks like well, first of all, I'm glad I got out of the DraftKings, but it looks like I'm going to be wrong on this one. This doesn't look like it's going to have that sort of LI XPAV NIO move like the ones yesterday. I know it's not the same sector, of course, but this was a nice one from yesterday, AYRO, almost at yesterday's high. That's why it's triggering in here, because it got up to yesterday's high, AYRO. Boy, candy. Let's see if there's any specific news. No specific news, just the sector. Sava holding that financing extremely well. $8 a share. It's popped off that financing. It was a $75 million financing at $8 a share. So current investors seem to be shrugging that off. Okay, so there is an AI alert. Ah, look at Net Element. Candy and Net Element. They're low float, 4.2 million in the float. So when I look left on that daily chart, what do I see? I see a high of 913 or so, 910. So it's starting to approach that. Make sure it is clear there. 845. So we have a couple of highs right here at 845 and 840. So it's just at those levels. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of watching. Yeah, these the autos are coming back. The China autos are trying to come back. So market's putting a nice big, nice green bar right there. So all sectors are up. Dow's up, tech is up. Of course, the SPY is up. So market's putting in a nice green bar to begin the day. So consequently, I mean, with the market putting a nice big green bar, I see the AI has shorted big commerce, BI. Oh, this is that IPO that did spectacularly well. Crazy, yeah, it got up to 163. Now it's faded a lot since there, of course, but wow, look at XPAV right at 50 now. XPAV at 50. Nice on the FSR. That's at Fisker. See, somebody said they're swinging that one. So this, of course, is, well, I don't know how to really look at this being, it looks like this is a SPAC right there. You can tell because it's right around 10. Yeah, look at HOFE. Not shortable for me. HOFE is not shortable for me. Somebody's saying they're going short ONCT in the YouTube feed. Yeah, I mean, it's totally down. It's down 3.8%. But I mean, look at if he takes out four, that could be a wonderful short. There's the 200 day, so it's 273. Might hold it up, but guys, there. Remember, I was talking about the CODX. Look at it go. CODX taking out those levels right there. The 1541 has earnings next week. Yeah, what I always, Joshua, well, hopefully, if I don't, I apologize. I always say it like this: not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, that doesn't mean it's not shortable at some other brokerage. So it's not a personal rule. No, it's when I look at my broker, it tells me immediately if shorts are available. Boy, what a run here! This is a virus play, right? Codex is a virus play. I'm pretty sure it is. Boy, crazy action in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at Candy now. I mean, look at this big topping tail. Got all the way up almost to $8. So I see that is an AI alert. The high is 19 right there. I'd love to see it take out. Looks like this is a IPO back here this month. All-time high is 1916. You know what, guys? I mean, I'll just stick an alert up here. Right around 1919. I don't mind giving up a little bit. And to see if it can take out that high. Somebody's happy to see me. I have to admit, I am a little surprised with DraftKings, DKNG. A little surprised. This is where I got it pre-market, right there. I'm out up here. I really thought that it might have a big multi-dollar run, but not today anyway. Citron is short, Nio. Okay. When did they just pump that out? No, I know what you meant. My dog. Dog's name is Chloe, and a miniature poodle. So that's the 15-pounder, pure white. So Citron, did they just pump that out on the Nio? All right, so look at this. I mean, look at CBAT all the way up to 584, and then the drop. So that's why, the trading in the first 15 minutes can be injurious to your health. I mean, yeah, you'll miss the ones that keep going, but boy, so many times it's exactly what happens. Look at the fade here for HOV. Look at that top right there. Look at, I mean, market opens. Look at that big top, 328, 267. I mean, big percentage drops. Now, this has not dropped. Sun W, little fade once the market opened, but again, the shareholder said no go for a PEC and them to merge, at least now. How's PEC doing? Yeah, PEC's down a bit, low float, but look at how it popped. Yeah, PJ, if you can just get your head around the fact that you're going to miss those once it run right from the beginning and not let that bother you. Because, yeah, I mean, listen, I'm human too. And sure, I see some of these ones that just keep going right from the get-go, but I've just seen it happen too many times. It just puts emotionally, it's just tough to, you take these early trades and they immediately don't work. And it just puts you a little behind the 8 ball. Even 30. There was a time, I mean, I know it now, obviously, there was a time I wouldn't trade the first hour. And, listen, I find a lot of my better trades, especially when I can concentrate a little bit more, I'm a little more frantic in the action at the beginning of the day, with questions and this and that. But I find actually in the afternoon, see some great setups. Now, a lot of that is because maybe I'm able to concentrate a little bit more too. Look at solo. Wow. I mean, look at this action on the 2. I mean, there's one. Yeah, you just have to say, okay, it did run right from the beginning, but so this UTS, guys, I mean, it's almost more pattern to look at in the afternoon. Exactly, Torps. This UTS. But I would wait. I'm going to wait to see if it can get that all-time high, take out that high right there and continue. All right, so the NAVB, it could really struggle to get through 3, but if it gets through 3, it does have some room. Look left on that weekly chart, 342. You mean this volume right here? You're talking about that volume right there? Or is there something else? Okay, I see that volume today. Okay, that is a percent. Yeah, okay, so that is basically looking at the average. I think it's over, never remember. It might be the last 10 days or 15 days, average volume. And then, so that volume today is actually a percent. Yeah, that's a percent. So you can see right off the bat that is really trading. I mean, it's 1,300%. So if that were 100, that would be trading normally. So that will, well, it's sort of like relative volume, but this relative volume looks at the volume up to this point of the day. So how much does it normally trade up to this point of the day? That's why I like the relative volume. Okay, because this is taking the average over on a daily basis over the last, I think it's 10 days. I can't remember anymore, to be honest. So And the reason why I like the relative volume filter, I don't even use this anymore. I use this in the pre-market. So for instance, if I'm doing my pre-market work and the volume today column would have, say, 50, which would be 50% in the pre-market, that would be telling me that this stock is traded already 50% of what in the pre-market what it would do normally all day, which is pretty significant. So that, yeah, that volume today that you're seeing right there is a percent. That is, of course, the actual volume. But once the market opens, I really kind of disregard this. And it's a relative volume because this is telling me at this point of the day, relative to what it normally does, it's going to give me a ratio. Well, congratulations anybody who held solo overnight after that move yesterday. I don't see any, I know it's an EV, but I do not see any specific news for it. But this is just a great, great move. Excuse me, a great move for solo. Yeah, so WC, I cannot, as I'm not an investment advisor, so I cannot say I had the question, is it a good buy? I can't say I can't say yes, I can't say no. You have to make up your own mind. You have to look at the the trend. You have to look at the charts, and if you think, and the other thing too is a good buy for what? Holding as a long-term trade or an intraday trade. But that's why you'll never hear me say, okay, guys, everybody should be buying this. Yeah, you can automate them. Okay, Amir, are you part of the test drive or are you a premium subscriber? So you are a premium subscriber right now? Okay. So if you wanted to automate this, first of all, what I would do is have you watch this video will show you, really should watch this video, okay? This video will show you virtually, even if this show you everything about automating using your Interactive Brokers with Brokerage Plus, okay? Automating everything. So the answer to your question is yes, you can. Well, a break right there was obviously on the 2-minute chart would have been a nice entry for solo. 655 right there. In fact, right there. So I really have my doubts about NAVB. I put it in the watch list just in case it took out 3. Okay, I saw that. It did take out, it got all the way up to 371 after hours yesterday. But that's the only reason I put it on the watch list, just in case it would take out 3. It's a low float, and if it did, then it could really get rocking. This was on the watch list in case it took out 20, or right up here, that 1947. Look where it got to. 1929, that next high looking left on the monthly chart is 1936. So that's what stalled it right there in its tracks. But, I put these on the watch list just in case, there's a lot of enthusiasm. And if it is, then you look left and look at the void for an ATRA. So I'll probably keep this on the watch list unless it completely collapses. But the solo, awesome, 655. So there's a dollar move. This is on the watch list. Now, this is one of these, SPACs, Jaws. I don't know who they're looking at. Depends, Sky, if you want to short tops or you want to short stocks that are moving down. So there's not like a shorting channel as such, but everything here, these are all new highs as an example, okay? If you're the type of person that says, you know what, eventually this is going to start fading. And so, I would like to short tops. Then, of course, we have one of the channels is a strong stocks or something like that. Or if you're the type of person that likes to short things that are really weak. But look at Atra as an example. Short that top. Awesome. It's interesting too. Most of these, the SPY is definitely surging here. So when you look at the channel, so for instance, earnings, accounts, stocks I like, just looking at, so for instance, momentum. So if you're the type of person that wants to short stocks that are, really high momentum and trying to, look at a top, then, that is, going counter, stock surging, the same sort of thing, or going down. Okay, you can take a look at this. These are stocks that are weak. Depends on your shorting style. Okay, guys, UTZ is really, really close to an all-time high. What do they do? This is a food. This is something to do with food. I don't know if UTZ. UTZ. Chips, okay. Look at candy, guys. Man, oh man. I'm really interested in these UTZ now. I'm telling you to take the trade, but now here's a little one. BioC, interesting. And let me see if it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. It is shortable. So if I look at the daily chart, so guys, again, you're on your. If you want to take this UTZ trade, I like it. I've told you my kind of what my plan was. So. Yeah, most brokers, there's a way. I can tell it with Interactive Brokers. If I look right underneath my order entry, so I have this symbol, it tells me if it's shortable immediately. Okay. If you don't have Interactive Brokers, there's got to be a way. Every broker will have something that shows you if a stock is immediately shortable. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I will turn all my strategies on, and let's just see. I don't auto trade the AI, but just want to see what sort of alerts we get, and if I'm getting filled. So I can't tell you Cyber K. Yeah, it's the AI entry is if you're auto trading. Well, okay, I'm just watching the UTS here, guys. I want to hopefully it maintains this area that I want it to. Your slippage can be defined, of course, by the limit offset that you use within each strategy or overall. So, I mean, so you can control how much slippage. So if a stock is really moving fast, you may not get a fill. And I'm talking to somebody Joshua in the YouTube feed. Sorry. Oh man, is right. BioC guys is starting to really drift down here. I look left here. 450 is maybe where there will be some support for BioC. Okay, it is an AI alert. Okay, so it's shorted NTLA. Oh, there's something going on then with the max P&L because that can't be right. Okay, I just wanted to see if it took a trade. So I want to turn them off. Look look at CBAT, guys. I mean, I really control your emotions on this one. 585 drops all the way down to 515, and now it starts to cruise up, but it is really erratic. It's a limit order. It's, if you're going to use your real, I think you're in the simulator, but it's always a limit order with an offset. Please, guys, if you haven't looked at the Brokerage Plus intro, all that is really discussed. I think in fact they really recommend against a market order. If you have a wide spread, you can get really killed in that. So that's why you put a limit. How much? So you get a trigger at $10. How far outside of $10 are you willing to take the trade if it's a fast-moving stock? So that's what the limit offset means. And again, all that is covered in that video. I'm reasonably sick of a KNDI, guys. Having that one, it's acting like, look, it's getting closer and closer. The only reason it got thumped here, it's a big reason, it was on earnings. It got thumped. November the 9th had earnings pre-market, and it just got absolutely thumped. So right here, you can see the reaction and then continuation, but look at the recovery so far. Yeah, my old friend. Yes. Well, I say if you weren't in the pre-market I talked about I did take this actually yesterday and 690, and I sold right up here at 758. I was getting a little that it had a top had a big, huge bottoming tail before, and then it started to cruise down. And I thought, okay, and then I was really happy by selling it here. But anyway, I know I saw GTech in the pre-market having some activity. Yeah. Well, you're on your own on that one. I mean, this is definitely one. I mean, 2 million in the float. Yesterday it had all sorts of action, but it was up, down, up, down, up, down. So, what's the high? Got up to 10, didn't it? Right to 10, like right on the penny. Yeah, that was another SPAC that I saw pre-market. Somebody's mentioning KCAC in the YouTube feed. I did see that one also pre-market. Okay, HPI. Not looking good. I mean, it had a real run at the end of the day yesterday. A little bit of action after hours. Market opens and AHPI just not looking good right now. Ooh, now that was ugly. I did not take this one, but that's ugly. BIOC, so it got stopped out. So notice here we've got a re-entry at 507. So if this stock gets to 507, we'll get a trigger. So if it comes back to 507, I'm gonna actually put an alert there in case it does come back. Very rare do I put a market order. So I would say no. In fact, I know I don't put. The only time I'll put a market order in is if the spread is very tight. You know, a couple pennies, and it doesn't matter. Okay, so Sava, interesting one that the EIA has chosen as a short. Be aware. So they've done the financing at $8, so it is now starting to drift down to the financing price. Yeah, would it had to be? I'll have a limit, yes, but I can't remember. I don't think I auto traded it. I mean, not in my real account anyway. Like on my real account, I don't know if it was in the demo, if it was in the simulation, then there's always a limit offset. Oh, I thought she was saying I have this text to voice. I thought it was saying solo again, but it's Sol, S-O-L. Wow, look at this one. I mean, this is really, I mean, look at the room this one has. Look at the month it's had. It's a low float, 19 million in the float. All right, guys, I took myself out of the UTS trade. UTZ, I will look at it again. If it gets back up here, took a small loss on it. So I'm going to put an alert back at 1919 for the UTZ trade. Yeah, so Silverhawk, if the Mayo, if I was doing it in here, I have a limit. Yes, if I'm doing it in my real account, I'm just watching time and sales. I'm looking at the bid ask. I'm not auto trading anything in my real account. Okay. So I mean, this is what we're talking about. So say for the AIs, so right there I've got, well, there's a 5 cent offset as an example. Boy, Sol on the move here. So what do we have here looking left on that? So we got a lot of room on the monthly. Wow, it is just rocking here. SOL. So I'm looking maybe to re-enter the UTZ. It's too bad. It had a nice pop, but I was looking for more. Yeah, so the trade of the week isn't doing too badly. I think that the trigger was 32.95. So for statistical purposes, and you don't have to do this, of course, but for statistical purposes, we're evaluating how well the trades of the week do by, if they do trigger either on Monday or Tuesday, then it becomes part of the statistics that I'm going to talk about. And then the AI will, or not the AI, nothing to do with the AI, and then exit the trade right at the end of the day on Friday. And see what would have happened if you did that with every single trade of the week since April. And pretty interesting statistic. So 32.95, I believe, was the trigger. So it's above that. So that's a heck of a short so far. Big C. Look at that short so far. Not an earnings play either. It's just moving down. This is an all, not quite. This was an IPO back here, I believe. So there's the all-time low for it, 63.33. So it's about $3 away, a little less than $3 away. Yeah, the EVs are giving it up. Well, I don't know about candy. Yeah, I mean, see, look how strong that 3 level was for NAVB. Just did not want to take it out. Did take it out briefly. So if you're in this short from the AI, Sava, just be aware of the fact that $8 is the financing price. So it may drift down to that $8. Now keep an eye in the I mean, really keep an eye in the BIOC. We're if it is 507, we're going to get a re-entry trigger price. If you don't have, you should have these columns. If you have the AI, you're in, part of the test drive. You should have this window up. If you don't know how to do that, just click New from the toolbar. Click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. Okay, here's your window. You can incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to do that every day. And if you don't have this reentry time and reentry price columns, you should, in my opinion, you should add them. You notice that there is a price automatically calculated when we get the entry, and we have a stop. It's just halfway between, so that's why that 507 is there. Halfway between 494 and 520 is 507. So what happens is, unless you see anything in the reentry time, that means it hasn't triggered. And the only way these things trigger is if the stop price gets hit at any point during the day. Not just on a stop out like here, but let's just say for argument's sake, Sava moved up to 8.99 from, and then came down to 8.88, even though it's at 8, even though the trade is working well. But maybe it stops and moves back up to 8.99, and there you go. So there is the potential re-entry for BIOC. Now, for some reason, this hasn't triggered, because we should see there it is. There we go. So there it is. There's the trigger. All right, guys. Well, I did try to short this, but that the uptick rule got me. I did try to short this, but because the stock is down more than 10%, you're subject to the uptick rules. And if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, that's too bad. Not familiar with what I'm talking about. If the stock is down 10%, then you just can't. Rarely will you get a fill at the buy. The bid ask. Typically, you can usually get a fill as long as your broker has shorts. You just get the fill right at the bid. But if a stock is down over 10%, then there has to be some action at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid. The problem is there could be a lot of other people in the queue ahead of you. So I was not able to get the short that I wanted. Now we'll see if that is going to make a difference. And I'm not going to chase it. FLGT, haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, so the next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 45, 44. So that's, it's about $1 away. So I guess it has a shot to get up into this level. It's a low float. I mean, that's the, so, you're going to take this one. Just be awfully aware of that float. 12 million in the float for a $44 stock is really, really low. Okay, there's action coming into Ovid right now, OVID. What's the market doing? Market is just drifting a little bit. This one was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but what a great fade. Look at that top, 326 down to 252 now, HOFV. Yeah, Joshua, you can do that. You can short, within the simulator, you can short anything. But if you have an if you're trying to use a simulator the way, to practice, trading, and you have an Interactive Brokers account, before I would short anything, I would make sure that you could do it. Because remember, what we're always trying to say is, use the simulator like it's your real account. Practice. So yes, you could short something in the simulator, even if it's not available. Because it's just looking at our real-time data. It's not, it has no idea who your broker is, doesn't care. Okay, we have a halt here. Oh, yeah, forget it. Another one of the SPACs, guys, SPACs, coming out at 10, like they all do. So it's an acronym. You can take a look. Just do a search on it. All right. SPAC. You'll see what they all are. They all come out at 10. What these are companies that have money in them, but they're looking to acquire. Well, they're not companies. They're I'll call them shells with money in them. They're looking to acquire a company. It's been the rage. So an example of a SPAC that became, so a SPAC, I can't remember what the SPAC symbol was before, but they acquired Nikola. Okay, there's an example. Space is another one, SPCE. Just trying to think of ones that people have probably heard about. So before it became Space, it was a company that acquired them, changed the symbol to SPCE. Blank check companies, another way of looking at them. I think you're right. I think VTIQ. I think you are absolutely right. Yes, if you're using this, exactly, Joshua, if you're using the simulator and you're trying to short everything from the AI. You're absolutely right. It's possible. Let me just check. Yeah, for instance, well, right now, Big C is not shortable. I don't know if it was earlier. And that's the other issue. I mean, sometimes shorts become available later on. So I don't know if Big C was shortable at the beginning. Sava is shortable. And TLA is shortable. BioC is definitely shortable. And SFL is shortable. So the one that is not shortable right now at Interactive Brokers is Big C. But it may have been shortable earlier. I don't know. And of course, if obviously, if you were then connected to your live account and you try to short it, the order would get rejected. If there are no shorts available at IB, obviously. Guys, you know what? I've been doing some trading on my own in here. If you were in the room yesterday, you know that I said I wanted to bring back my gap continuation or reverse. And I did end up taking this one on a short AMWL. I would maybe recommend you load this one. This is part of part of the scans that I'm sharing. Just as a refresher, I have 4 alert windows in this multi-strategy window. One is called gap up and go. And what that means is gap up and go it means the stock gapped up and it kept going up. Gap down and reverse, that meant it gapped down, but now it's moving up, reversing. Gap up and reverse, well, obviously, it gapped up and now it's reversing down. And then the gap down and go, where this located AMWL. So it gapped down and it kept going down. So this is what time is it? 10:28. Okay, so I'm gonna pop my homepage link in. And this is what I'm talking about. You're shocked? Well, one of the reasons is, of course, is that I'm looking. I haven't had this one up for a long time. The continuation and reversals. So I thought, okay, I'm going to test it a couple of times today, or not a couple of times. I'm going to test it today and just see what. And I actually saw some really, really interesting ones, especially after the 15 minutes. Let it settle down. So. If you click on my homepage, lots of information on my homepage. Now we'll get into a subscription, but you can have the trade of the week sent to you. That happens every Monday morning at about, say 9 o'clock, maybe 8:45 Eastern time, of course. I do a recap every day, what's happened in the room. Here are the scans that I've got. Click here for my scans. And this is what I'm talking about. Where are you? There we are. Gap continuation or reverse. So what I was showing you, this. And if you're unsure about how to load a scan, all you have to, it's something from my link, all you have to do is you just click on it. And it'll show up. in a browser tab, just highlight it, copy it, and then from the toolbar, File, Load from Cloud. I must not have copied it, just a second. No, that's because I went to the wrong one. Just give me a second. There we go. Must not have really clicked on it. So now I've copied the link. And File, Load from Cloud. And here it is. Right in the load box, or that box. And then you just load it. And here it is. Okay. So if you like it, you can watch it. You can right click. Save or share to cloud. Save it. Now it's in your cloud. Or you can incorporate it as part of your layout. If you have a layout already up and running, you want to incorporate it as part of your layout. Then you just File, Save or Share to Cloud. Give it a name. Entire layout. Give it a name. Save it. So look at the XPEV as an example. Gap up and reverse. Gap up, reverse. And just give me a moment here. Just going to find where are you guys? There you are. Hidden. Okay, so continuing from my link, my homepage link, continuing, just to wrap this up. Lots of education here. Good link right there, especially click here, especially the 20 lessons in 20 days. Take the lessons, all right? You're new to trade ideas, covering all the basics. What is a top list? Building one. What is an alert window? Building one. Multi-strategy windows. All of the basic features of trade ideas are covered here. Text-based, okay? And if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now, you can't wait. There is a promo code you can use, Barry, for Alpha, all in caps, for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas. It gives you an idea about how much Trade Ideas has cost. So our premium service. M is a multi-strategy window. I'm just answering somebody in the YouTube feed. A is for alert, T is for topless, S is for single stock window. M is a multi-strategy window. A multi-strategy window allows you, especially if you have a screen space problem, it allows you to take a lot of alert windows and put them into one window called a multi-strategy window. If you look again, it's one of the ones that is covered. If you click on the education, the 20 lessons in 20 days, multi-strategy window, okay, you can click on that and it'll show you how to create one. So back, okay, so here's how much, again, Trade Ideas costs. So $22.68 a year minus the 15% for our premium service. There are some other differences between our premium and standard other than the AI, but the main reason anybody will take the premium service is because they want to have access to the AI. If you're huge into backtesting your own strategies, then we do have the build and backtest any trade idea. Okay, create your own strategy and then you can test it to see how well it works. But the main reason people take the premium service is for the AI. This is the standard price, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. You do not have to take an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, you can do that. Here's our standard, $118 less the 15%. Or the premium, $228 less the 15%. At any point, if you want to upgrade, say from monthly to annual, or from a standard to a premium plan, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. Okay? Now, I do want to go over the AI and what it is all about. Kind of explain to you what you're seeing here and how we get those alerts. And after that, I will talk about Brokerage Plus. Just give me a moment here, just trying to size something on my other monitor. There we go. Okay. So what happens is, once the market closes, the AI gets to work on an optimization routine for what we call our 50 baseline strategies. So that's what happened last night once the market closed. And today, these are the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut, meaning it had the proper profit factor and win percentage combination. Now, as I always say, I don't care what strategies make the cut. All I care about is what alerts are we getting from these strategies. So what I do is I click on, from the toolbar, click on New, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. You do that, and this is the window that you'll see. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You can incorporate this window as part of your layout so you don't have to load it every morning. But you just wait for the alerts to happen. You know, if you load it before the market opens, this window will be blank. And then again, just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry price, you'll have a stop, and manage the trades as you see fit. No, with a standard subscription, you cannot auto trade anything. Okay? So Praveen, are you talking about my homepage? Okay, Praveen, if you're talking about that link right there, there's the homepage link, my homepage link. Okay, well, you can start, you can start by looking at the channels. You can also have my layout if you want. Okay, there's my layout. Basically what you see here, I don't have those two in there, but don't worry about that. And you can also click on the channels, new, channel bar. And now remember, if you're new, you probably don't have a layout, but everything in here, these are all themed. So for instance, EV related, electric vehicle related. All right, so you can take a look at that as an example when EVs are hot today. Now they're fading right now, but they're all themed channels. I'll go over that in a little more detail once I finish up. I just want to talk a little bit about Brokerage Plus. Why did I ever abandon you? Gap continuation to reverse. So yeah, we're getting some big fades now. So for the person who asked about shorting, well, if your style is to short tops, so strong stocks, look at that, 841, 760, 763 right now for Candy. So give me a second here. Just want to make sure I have got things, what I call pinned. All right, so this is the Brokerage Plus window. The Brokerage Plus can be used in one of two ways right now. If you happen to have an interactive broker's account and you want to trade from within trade ideas using this Brokerage Plus window, you can do so. Before I keep talking about that, I just want to make sure that people understand that you don't have to use Brokerage Plus to use trade ideas. You don't have to have an interactive broker's account to use trade ideas. And here there's a video that shows you how you can use, if you have an interactive broker's account, how you can use Brokerage Plus to trade your account. First and foremost, Trade Ideas is a scanner. We do link with many brokerage platforms, we have an external linking tools, external linking. And all that does, and you just follow when you see it says add a link, just follow the instructions. What that does is that if you click on an alert, it'll load the symbol into your broker's platform. And then you can trade it, from within your broker's platform. So it's a time saver. That's all the linking does. Now, we do have more of a special relationship, we'll say, with interactive brokers, where that not only will it, when you click on alert, it'll load into your IB platform, you can actually then use this Brokerage Plus window to trade it. Okay, but it's not, you don't have to. So some people, we get these emails saying, well, I don't have an IB account, therefore I guess I can't use trade ideas. That's, nothing could be further from the truth. But if you do have an IB account, you can use this Brokerage Plus window and you can trade. And I put the Brokerage Plus video, which explains exactly how you do it. Now, the other big way to use this Brokerage Plus window is in simulation mode, paper trading mode. For those of you who are new to trading, I would absolutely recommend that before you commit money to the market. Look at CBAT, holy smokes. Before you commit money to the market, practice trading. I guess I didn't. But it turned them off. So practice, okay? It's so simple to do. It's using our real-time data, so it doesn't matter what broker you have. You don't have to have an interactive broker's account. It's using our real-time data. Yeah, so the question was, what about TD Ameritrade? So, that is, you can see right here in the connection, these are the ones that we have planned in the future. I cannot tell you when it's going to happen. I can tell you with TD Ameritrade that several people at Trade Ideas have accounts. We're testing it right now. Make sure there are no bugs before we, allow the Brokerage Plus to be connected to TD Ameritrade. So, but right now, the only one and please don't ask me when that's going to happen, when it's going to be live. I have no idea. Okay, Praveen, so there's an answer for you there too. All right, so in order to paper trade, very, very simple. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You can pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to go in at. If you're going long, you want to buy the stock, then you click buy, obviously. And if you're new to trading, you may not want to short for whatever reason. But if you do want to short, you just click the sell button. Okay, so let's just do a trade. Let's take JWS. Okay, looks interesting. And this is just to show you how you can do it. It's a 1 cent spread, so I can go in at the market, no problem. Let's buy a couple hundred shares of JWS at the market. Okay, so if somebody asked, do I ever go in at market? Well, when the spread doesn't matter. I mean, the spread's only a penny. It was 12.04, 12.05. So that's why it entered at 12.05. Now, as we always say, you have to have a stop. Now, this should be, your stop should be You should know where your stop is ahead of time, because if you know where your stop is ahead of time, then and I'll get into it in a little more detail. If you're going to, say, risk $100 a trade, and you know your entry and you know where your stop is, if you subtract those two prices and then divide that into, say, 100, that'll determine how many shares you're going to take. So I'm going to put a stop, so say 1187. Here's how you can add it. 11.87. Well, it might take it right at 12:10, Joshua. It won't take it at 12:11 because okay. If your slippage is 5 cents, so it should take it at 12:10. Somebody asked the question about slippage rules only apply in auto trading. So there's a JWS. I put a stop in. Okay, so notice it appears right on the chart. So if it gets down to 1187, it'll take me out for a $35 loss. I can put a target if I want. Again, it's an all-time high. I'm just going to make one up. I'll put a $13 target. And you know what? I'm going to get rid of that one. The reason why is because you can't see it on the chart. It's too high. It's way up here. So let me just modify the target order. Hopefully now I can see it. Still can't see it. There, I'm going to modify it again. It's crazy. It's just because of the charts, I can't see these, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a very tight target order just so you can see how it shows up on the screen. The problem is because, you know, my charts, I mean, if I put a target of 13, I mean, and a stock started moving up, you would see it on here, but I'm just going to put a target, something very silly, just so you see how it shows up on the screen. Okay, there. You see what I'm saying? So if it got up to 12.10, you know, I'd be taken out for an $11 gain. If it goes down to, oh, I must have got rid of my stop. So I'm going to put my stop again. Okay, so right on the chart you can see what's happening. So if it goes down to 1187, it'll take me out for a $35 loss. If it goes up to 12.10, it'll take me out for an $11 gain. Again, I only put 12.10 here so you could actually see, you know, see that line. Now, you can use this like a trailing stop. So if this really started to work well, I would just move that line up, you know, to areas on the chart that make sense. You know, where there is another support area, so that if it broke down through that support, you should probably be out of the trade. Same thing here. If it starts approaching, you know, I mean, I'm going to move this up now. Okay, you can't see it, but if it was starting to approach your target, and you don't want to get out of the trade, of course you can move it up. Now the other thing, you don't have to use the chart. If I want to get out of this trade right now, I can flatten. That's what these are hotkeys, so I can flatten my trade, which gets me out of the trade. I can get a half my trade. I can double my trade. Or I could go right here. If I only wanted to trade 50 shares, I would just type 50 shares in, and I could pick a price to get out, and I would sell it. So very flexible, very easy to use. Really, really, really recommend that you use the this, or put it in simulation mode. All you have to do is click from the toolbar and click on sim, and then you're in simulation mode. Well, Anthony, I can't tell. I mean, we don't tell you what stock to buy. I mean, if you're brand new to trading, then, your best bet then is to practice trading using our simulator, okay, before you commit. If you're asking a question like that, and I'm not trying to jump on you, it's just that you should practice trading first before you commit money to the market. I'm personally not here to tell you what stocks to buy. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm now back. All right, so Neil, we don't trade options, okay? But we do have an options fit. We do have some option filters that you can use. So let me show you what they are, and maybe you can look at Sava, guys. That's just tremendous. Again, $8 is the financing. So if you took this short, just be aware that the financing is at 8, so it may find some support there. And that's for the Sava. So here are our option filters. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. We have the put-call ratio. Options volume, what this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, both puts and calls combined. It's the options volume today. Put volume and call volume today. This is the key one right there, option volume today percent. So this allows you to zero in on stocks that are trading abnormal, that have abnormal option activity today. Okay? So for instance, if a stock typically over the last 10 days has say average 2,000 contracts, again the combination of puts and calls, 2,000 contracts. If you use this filter and you put 200, it's a percent. So in other words, for you to see that stock today, it would have to trade 4,000 contracts, 200%. So if that helps you, but we don't delve into like high premiums and all that. This is just going to show you stocks that are having abnormal option volume today. Okay? So I don't know what you mean by IV percentile. I don't know what you mean, Sunil. I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, well, that Citron, maybe that email they sent out took effect or is taking effect. So I don't know what you mean when you say same way, just find in studies. I don't know what you mean by that. Well, Sun W is, in theory, the reason. Well, look, I mean, look at how erratic, though. Look at this on the 15-minute chart. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. I mean, yes, the trend is up, but boy, you have some resolve to hold on. But Sun W, the news I read on it anyway, is that they're not going to do the merger with PEC, and that caused the stock to really pop in the pre-market. Yeah, tech is getting kicked a little bit now. I'm just looking at the NAS. So let's take a look at the Qs. Yeah, so look at tech. Look at tech coming down here. I mean, it's still positive, but barely. And SPY is up still a little bit, and the Dow is up. But look at tech. Tech is getting kicked a bit. Pola. I haven't seen Pola in a long time. This is a super low float, right? Yeah, 4 million in the float. Okay, so the next high looking left on the monthly is 473. Yeah, so I mean, it's an EV play. Yes, it's an EV play. So right now it's sort of the autos themselves are getting kicked a bit here, but this is more of an infrastructure play, I guess. Now the market's putting in a pretty big red bar. I'd be a little wary of these right now. With what's happening to the cars themselves. Looking left on the daily chart, looks like 386 is the next high looking left. Other than today, of course. So I don't know. I mean, it's kind of. I think they're kind of iffy right now. Also, I'm looking there's a cross that ADMA is crossing. Looks like it's trying to cross down. It's not shortable for me, so it's not gonna. I'm not even gonna. I can't attempt it, but it looks like it's trying to cross down through the 20 SMA. So no, you cannot set a Gloria. You cannot set an alert for that. You can set up. A custom formula that will show you that the 50 is close to the 200, but there's no alert for it. I was asked, can I set up an alert for when the 50 SMA crosses above the 200? So you can create something that's going to show they're close, but not the actual alert on a cross. Look at Candy. Boy, these things really are moving down. I mean, that is a brutal sell-off here. Along with all of them, I mean. Guys, Sava, that's a great short from I did not take this one. This is a great short from the AI. Oh, that's right. No, this is not the one. What was the one I was trying to take? Oh, this was the BioC. I'm not sure I could have got this one anyway, the Sava, because it was down so much. Again, with that uptick rule. Maybe Torps. I doubt it, but maybe. So looking at Sava right here, there is a low right there also. All right, sorry guys, I'm just following a thread, discussion thread. This is turning it now. So, obviously in this short here, not saying obviously, but this is, I was testing this. So AMWL. So you have to look right there. Look at the 2504. Okay, right there. Now, if it's somehow, so I've covered most of it, but if somehow it can take out 25, I mean, it's, this looks like this was an IPO back here. So there is the low, $22. Okay, guys, what time is it? 11:03. There's another really weak one, ORIC. It looks like this was an IPO back here. ORIC at a high of 40, almost cut in half. Zach. Well, he must have a lot of money, or he's doing, because I mean, Apple doesn't move that much, so I don't know what is he doing, options, because otherwise, I mean, Apple just doesn't move that much. So you're going to have to take a lot of, typically it doesn't move. Even a 1% move is a lot. So he must be taking a lot of stock if he's got the account size. Most cannot do that. AYRO, let's take a look at AYRO. Well, it's certainly a messy looking 15-minute chart. I mean, like trying to do what on it? Like go long? Yeah, it's very messy. I don't know where it's out of. I clicked on, I saw this one pre-market. I tried to click on this. I don't even know where it's out of. We don't have a profile on it. Yeah, I don't know why we don't have a profile on that one. I noticed a few of them this morning. I was checking. There's another one. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, yeah, I mean, also, this is just when I see a chart like this, I just kind of run from it. I just can't get my head around it. To me, it actually looks more like a short. Look at that cross. Not now, it's too late now, but look at the cross on the 2 minute at 367 and at 364 on the 5 minute. So again, what we're talking about here is that's not really, but the 5 minute for sure. That 8 EMA, let me just expand this a little bit. That orange line right there is the 8 EMA crossing down below the 20 SMA. That sets up a potential short opportunity. It is a short setup. Now, does it mean that every time that happens, the cross happens, it's going to work? Of course not. But it's alerting you to the opportunity. But a dollar move in Apple, I just look at the percent, of course. A dollar move on Apple is, to me, nothing. It's moved a dollar. It's 0.83%. So listen, Zach. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about, of course. But that's why these sort of stocks just do not interest me because, yeah, big dollar move. It's 0.83%. All right, let's do another trade here. Now, you can also use the simulator to trade what I'm going to call conditional buys, okay? So let's just say I wanted to take FSR on a pullback back down to 16. I'm not saying I would do that, but or let's say I put a conditional buy order right up here. If it took out, 17 or right here. Took out 1727, I want to buy it. Okay, right at the high there. Again, I'm not saying that's what you would do, but let's just pretend that that's where you want to take it. So this is how you would do it. So let's do 200 shares. And I've said, okay, I want to take the trade at 1730. 17.3. I put them in both boxes. And hit the buy, click the buy, and you'll see right on the chart. Okay, so there is a conditional buy order that I've put at $17.30. You can see right there on all the time frames. So if the stock goes to 1730, it'll take the trade. Okay, so you're looking. You could be looking at, again, I'm just using FSR as an example, but you could be looking at it at something, okay, if it breaks this area, this is where I want to get in. Conversely, you could have taken the trade on a big pullback. So you could say, well, you know what, I only want to take the trade if it pulls back to 1629. So let me get rid of that order. Right click, cancel it. So I'll just do the reverse now. Say a little pullback. Right to there, 1662. So this time, 16.62. 16.62. Buy. So now you'll see the line. So now this is a conditional buy order on a pullback. And So that's how you can use it for conditional buys. Also, if you take a trade, let's buy candy. I mean, I'm going to buy candy. I'm going to buy it at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread. So I just bought candy, okay? If I hold this over, I don't sell this by the end of the day, then what will happen is this will hold over. So you can use the simulator to practice paper trading, simulation trading, okay? If you don't close out the position at the end of the day. So we give you $100,000 to play with. Now I'm going to put a stop in. Say 710. Okay, see how it just showed up on the right here. So there's that red line there. I'm going to put I'll put I'll put a very aggressive target, just to show you again how it's going to show up right on the chart. So here we go. So if candy goes up to $8 and I allow this to run automatically, then it'll take me out for a $125 gain. Goes down to $7.10. It'll take me out for a $55 loss. Okay? And again, these lines are movable. If candy was really moving higher and it was getting closer to 8, why would I get out? I could just move this around. Same thing with the stop. It really starts working. So I could put my stop at another area. For instance, let's just say candy gets above right here, which is what, 760? So on that 2-minute chart, that looks like, maybe a little bit of support there. So let's just say it got up to 770, 780. I could move my stop right up here. In an area of the chart that if it broke down through that support, I probably should be out of the trade. So, I mean, very, very easy to do. I think it's easy to do. Again, these are hotkeys. If I want to get out of the trade, I just flatten it. I can get out of half the trade, or I can double the trade. As we're mentioning LYL. LYL, yeah, Dragon. I haven't seen this one for a while. I can't remember what they... See, there's another one. No profile. Don't know why. Again, I can't remember. Is this a China stock? LYL? Thank you. I thought it was a China stock, yeah. Boy, was I ever wrong about DraftKings. I really thought DraftKings would have a fantastic day after, looking there. I mean, there you go. See, can't get married to an earnings release, even though they said all the right things. Revenues were up. Guidance was up. I mean, that's the other thing. Guidance was up. But it didn't matter. Not today anyway. So, I mean, I got in here pre-market and sold. I mean, it was a great trade for me. I mean, I got in at around 43.87 and sold out at 45.69. So it was a really good trade for me. But I was really thinking that it could start to aggressively fill this gap in. LI, let's see. We don't have it listed as an earnings play after hours today. We don't have it. Doesn't mean it's... This actually looks like it... Is this yesterday? LI surges. This looks like this was a earnings pre-market. Yeah, pre-market. I'm just looking here. We don't have it. So Jude, you might want to take a look at my this gap continuation or reverse scan. Okay, because you might want to take a look at that. This is a multi-strategy window. You don't have to have them all checked. Okay, these are alert windows. So that's the whole idea of a multi-strategy window. I can take as many alert windows as I want and put them into one window. Typically, people do that because they don't have enough screen space. Or if you want to combine a bunch of alerts that are kind of the same, looking for the same kind of, they could be counter. So for instance, I've got a gap up and go. So the stock gapped up and it kept going. Gap down and reverse. So this might be something that you're looking at. The stock gapped down and now it's reversing up, as opposed to one that gapped up and was reversing down. And this is one that gapped down and it kept going down. So you might want to take a look at something like that, the gap down and reverse. So I mean, I can give you the link for this. I'll show you how to get it. So if that's all you're looking for, then you just uncheck these. So this is the only strategy in it. So you might, yes, you might, that might be of interest to you. So let me just give you the link for it. Make you do a little bit of work, but so if you click on my homepage link right here, click on my homepage link, and where it says scans, my scans, click here. And then here it is, gap continuation or reverse, just click on it. And then obviously you know how to load something from the cloud because you asked for a link. So just click on that and that'll give it to you, okay? Okay, so Sam, the only way, so if you say on a daily chart, if you left click on the chart, I think this is a, oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm just reading an email. If you left click on the chart to make it the active chart, I think your question is, the question is how do you zoom in and out of a chart? Excuse me, so left click on the chart, so the Trade Ideas knows this is the chart you want to be in. Press down on the control key on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, and then on your mouse and your scroll wheel, you can scroll in and out. Okay? You just scroll in and out. Okay? And that's on any time frame, of course, not just the daily chart, but any time frame. So just keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with your mouse, scroll wheel mouse, just scroll in and out. Market's putting in a nice little move here, guys. Remember, we look like we're in jeopardy of, especially the Qs, look like we were in jeopardy of going negative. Remember, we had this move here, with a little bounce. All right, guys. Watching the market here, trying to put a little rally in. NMTR. I don't think I've seen that one before. Yeah, well, Kaiser, you've been in the room a long time. You know, I don't look at stocks under $1, so my opinion is that, you know, I might get interested if it ever broke out $1. This is not an IPO, so I'm assuming what happened here is a symbol name change of some sort. Okay, it's not an IPO. So I really have no opinion. It's a huge float too. I mean, there's another opinion I will have of it. For you know, an 80 stock under $1 with 123 million in the float. I mean, I know it's up 11 cents. That's 8 cents, and I know, you know, but I mean, it's going to take a ton to move it. Some stupendous news. Also, I guess it had earnings on the 9th, so I don't know what to say. Well, I do know what to say. I guess I've said it. I always say that. Just give me a moment here, please. I just want to check a site, and I'll be right back. If you can't hear my hungry cat in the background. Give me a moment here, please, guys. Just trying to do something for a tech. All right. This UTS is actually almost looking like a short, you know, short under 19. I didn't take it. Took a small loss on it. And if I only had one scanner to use, only one, I'd probably, you know, the basic new highs and lows. If you force me to say, you know, I mean, obviously I love my watch list, but that, you know, I mean, okay, maybe my watch list then, if I weren't moderating a room, I would probably just concentrate on my watch list all day long. But otherwise, probably the basic new highs and lows. You know, it's always going to give me some interesting looks. Boy, this UTS, is it even shortable? Let's see. It is shortable too. So UTS is they make pretzels and chips. Is that what they do? Okay, so we don't have. Just a moment, please. So how do they sell them? Is it like in the supermarkets, or I mean, you just go to your supermarket and buy UTS? Okay, thank you. I don't know if I haven't seen them in Canada. Doesn't mean they're not here, but I'm just not familiar with that brand. Okay, only 8 states, really. All right. All right, guys. Well, things have slowed down quite a bit for me here. I'm not getting any new alerts. Okay, so I had a question from the YouTube feed. It'd be nice to have the days high and low as a column. So, you know what? Send something to info@trade-ideas.com and put it as a suggestion, okay? Coming from customers, way more powerful than coming from me. Okay, one moment, please. Well, I just tried that. I tried to see if it was a column, day high, day low, something like that. I don't see it. I didn't see it, so the vault is back. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm going to put myself on mute for a bit. I'm not getting any more new alerts. So what I'm going to do is I just want to check some emails. Hello, Michael or Mike. Okay, guys, I am. Look at the CBAT here. So, I'm trying to concentrate a little bit more on this gap continuation or reverse. So, for instance, this was a gap continuation down. It did pop. Maybe now it will continue down as an example. But let's take a look left on that monthly chart. What do we see? Yeah, it's got some room. 1910, so it has some room. It's underneath that whole number. What's the spread like? Yeah, dime. All right, guys, again, I just want to, in case you were in this short from the AI, just again, if you're not aware of the fact that they did a financing at $8. So, it was interesting action this morning for Sava. They did a financing at $8. It was announced, got all the way up to 9, sort of atypical, but now it's drifting down towards that financing price. So, just be aware. That might really hold it. Looks like it's trying to hold in this area right now. So if you're in this short from the AI, just be aware of that. So kind of an indifferent day from my watch list. Obviously there were some really huge movers, but Solo was big, 655. What did it get up to? Get up to 793. That's probably the only Sun W. What did it do? Well, 336 to 363. I don't think this one is one I did not think would work. I thought it was going to stall around 3. JWS 1178 got up to 1212. Oh, the CBAT is the one, 587. Not sure why the arrow is there. It should be at 957. Yeah, it should be right there. I'm not sure why it's showing up here. Anyway, 957 or 587 got up to 680, so it's about $1. So I mean, kind of an interesting day. 794. I mean, the candy did get up to 842. So when you say, can you close open positions, you mean before the AI gets out? Sure, just click on the alert. Okay, and it'll show up here, and then you can just sell it. All right, so here are the two practice ones that I took, the FSR and the candy. The FSR is working quite well. Oh, right, that's right. So you saw how that worked. I forgot why I took that. Why. So remember, I said I want to take this on a pullback. So I had put the price, what it was, at 1663 or something like that. It's hard. I know it might be hard to see. See how that line at one point when I put in that conditional buy, that was a solid blue line. And when it took the trade, it dipped to the price. It took the trade. Now that's a faded blue line. And so that is a way in which, you know, if you're into using the simulator or anything, well, you can, even if you have your live account, that's how you can set up a conditional buy order. And so it took it on the pullback and bounced off, and now starting to work. Come on, Vicky, you know better than using a double negative. Okay, so here's a word about, you notice the CBAT. The AI got out of the CBAT because what I consider, it's an artificial target. So if you took the CBAT here at 614, I didn't even know it came in here, to be honest. You know, you would not have had to get out of that trade, certainly not in its entirety. Okay, you know, you want to take out some, you know, just on the way it's trading. Okay, now it looks like a better exit because of what's happening here. But you know, I mean, you know, this is what I call an artificial target. Every strategy has been optimized. The strategy has been optimized for certain hold periods and also targets and things like that. But I would take each individual alert you get from a strategy to say, well, you know what? I mean, if it's still trading well, why would I get out of it? Well, that was a heck of a heck of a trade right here. The FSR on that pullback, taking it, and it really it just sort of kissed the price, and it moved right off it. FSR. This is the gap up and go, guys. Gap up and go. So gapped up, pulled back a little, and now it's going still. Gap up and go. MAXR. Look left. See how much room it's got. 2660. Ton of room on that daily chart. Again, I'm telling you to take the trade, but this is what. And also red bar ignored here. So the interesting thing about this, guys, is that, this is taking into account, like some of these, taking into account the pullbacks that happen intraday, and then they're moving higher. So for instance, when I look at the MAXR, so it probably was alerted earlier. I'm not, I can't tell you exactly when the first time, but so it pulled back, and now, once it took out the highs, that's why it gets alerted here. You think I should? All right, before I take my break. So let's take a short of GFF. Okay, so for those of you who don't understand, or if you just get your head around, when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. I mean, it's really that simple. Don't worry about, I got to borrow this and that. Don't worry about that. Just get your head around that. Buy a stock, I hope it goes up. I short a stock, I hope it goes down in price. When you buy a stock and you hope and it goes up to the price you want, you sell it. When you short a stock, it goes down to the price you want, you buy it. Okay, it's just a reversal of thinking. The only caveat is that your broker, when you want to short a stock, your broker may not have shorts available for you. That's the only, that could be a major issue about trying to short something. But you'll find out pretty soon. If you try to short something, your broker doesn't have it, you won't be able to do it. So let's take a short of GFF. So I want to, all you have to do, and you can practice, right? For those of you who are very timid about it, because all you've heard are about the perils of shorting. So let's just short 200 shares. I just shorted it. And there it is. It'll say minus 200. So if it goes down, I put a stop in exactly the same way. I'll put a stop in. And of course, now it's going to be above the price. I'll put a $20 stop on it. And so there's a stop right there at $20. So if it goes up to 20, I'll lose $57 in the simulator. I can put a target if I want. Of course, now that's going to be below the price. Let's just put 1950. Okay, so if it goes down to 1950, I'd make 43. Goes up to 20, I'll lose 57. Okay, again, just showing you how this works. So, I mean, for those of you who are very, uncertain about shorting and all you've heard are horror stories, practice it. You're doing yourself a disservice. You're only looking at one half of the market. Well, it's nothing to do with the time frame. I mean, I mean, that's like asking me, if I go long, am I looking at a 15-minute time frame? It's no, I just picked this one just to demonstrate. So it's nothing to do with this specific time frame. I mean, most of the things I'm seeing are already at a new low for the day, so it doesn't really matter the time frame. Then what I'm always looking at is the daily, weekly, monthly to say, okay, where could it find support? And if I think support is far enough away, then I could short it. So I mean, I look here on the weekly chart for GFF, might be some support right around 19. Again, I just took this one just to demonstrate how, the mechanics of shorting something. So it's not a matter of looking at, 15-minute chart or a 2-minute chart or a 5-minute chart. So what I'm also finding is that these the gap continuation can also show you potential bounces. So I mean, I'm obviously out of the AMW. It did not AMW, not ANW. It did not take out 25. Look how it really 25 was holding, and so now look at it. I didn't take it. I didn't take it on the bounce, and look at even the cross right there. The 8 EMA crossing up above the 200, the 20 SMA in the 2-minute chart, and also right here, a little bit later, 25.34. Right here, 25.17 or 25.18. You're talking about the ETF, Jets, the ETF? There you go. We have some activity in the background. Squirrel. Probably it's a squirrel alert. Remember, I was just talking about the MAXR, MAXR, gap up and go, a little pullback, and then gap up and go. So market is still strong, guys. After that little, look like a bit of an uh-oh right here, but the market is strong. Dow's up 270, SPY's up. The Qs have sort of settled down, I think. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's choppy like heck, but so just to demonstrate, if I want to get out of the candy trade, I just highlight it and I flatten it. So now I'm out of the trade. Notice now it says position 0. Was 200, now it's 0. Just to show you how you can use these hotkeys. So the GFF, I don't have to wait to get stopped out at 20 if I don't like the way it's trading. I can just take my loss right now. If I wanted to do that, I don't have to wait to get stopped out. Looks like it's going to stop out. But you know what? I'll let it stop me out because just want to show you how you can how it works, letting the system, especially if you're the type of person that has all the best intentions of putting a stop, having a mental stop, and then you find that, geez, maybe I put that stop too tight, so you start adjusting it. It's a great way to take emotion out. Just take out the emotion, especially with your stops. You get stopped out, you get stopped out. You leave the trade with a manageable loss. Position and range column shows red, green, or pink. Like where? Give me, BC, give me an example. If you're talking about if in a topless window, or it's a way to color coordinate. If you're talking about, okay, in a topless window. Okay, so yeah, I don't use it at all. I know it's a feature that we do have. If you're talking about this, and I honestly can't even demo it because I don't even, properties, select colors, okay? And you can click, this is a color theme, so that typically you pick a filter, this is on the change from the close. So typically what this would mean, if you pick this one as an example, if the change from the higher, and you would set up it up here. I don't do it at all. Okay, I'll tell you that right now. But let's just say, for argument's sake, you put 3% change from the close. So if a stock was up 18%, it would be a darker blue color. Okay, and it would start to, if it was only up 3%, it would sort of become maybe this color. And if it's down, it would turn into this color. And you can set up your own combinations. These are pre-made for you if you want to use them. Okay, but that's what it means. So typically, the darker the color, it means that the stock is, however you've set that sort of a filter, is, say, higher in price, or a higher percent move, as an example. I just don't use it. But that is the explanation. All right, guys, it's 11:55. Who's in? I think it's Andy today. Okay, thank you, Andy, if you're hearing me. So it's Andy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the link for the YouTube feed here. If you want to go and spend an hour in the YouTube room with Andy, because I'll take a break between 12 and 12:30. I moderate that room from 9 to 12, and then one of the other traders. Today is Andy's turn, and he takes over between 12 and 1, and then I resume at 1 o'clock in the YouTube feed. So I'm just going to put my announcement here back around 12:30. Yeah, he's not there yet, Mike. Not quite. At least I don't think so. He says he'll post when he's there. Yeah, I mean, I know somebody asked me about Pola earlier. I mean, it had a nice move. About a 40-cent move. This is the area that I thought might stall it. 387. It's popped a little bit above that, but All right, there's Andy. Okay, guys. Okay, Andy, I'll stop my stream here.
Hello traders, let me know when you can see my screen and you can hear me. Yep, Mike C, jumping the trading button here. Let me know, Mike C, when you can hear me. Testing 1 2. Hey, Aja, what's happening, buddy? Okay, great. And everybody sees my screen okay? That's good news. Always excites me when technology works. All right, guys, welcome to the Friday edition of our support webinar. It's kind of a special edition. Hi, Iris, how are you? Uh, oh, thank you, Mike C. Appreciate it. Once again, this is the trading support webinar. Let's call it the test drive edition. Looks like everything's been going smooth so far. And my name is Andy, and I'm taking over for Barry for a little bit. Take a look at the market. You guys have any questions about the software, especially you people on the test drive? I encourage you, please. No question is too novice or anything. All of us started from square one. So if you have any questions, just hit me up in the chat. Just type it out in the chat, and I will address it and be able to show you on my desktop here. So don't be shy. As the SPY finally makes its way to highs of the day, we'll see if it can take out yesterday's high, which it's only a few cents away. And I would like to talk a little bit about, since many of you know that I was in NEO for a very long time and stayed in it. Here's what happens sometimes. And this is why I always like to keep a core position, because on this day right here, when it took out, I think no, I got it before that. I sold on this day at around 43.50, and of course I threw a bid in here on the 10-period moving average to get back in, and you can see it never got, somewhat close, but never came down and tagged it. I should have been more aggressive on this day. But now my last exit was 43.50. I do not have a position. This is what happens sometimes if you want to be in a stock and you don't want it to get away from you. So what I'm saying is, don't assume that you can always get out and buy it back lower, because in many cases it'll just keep going without you. And the worst case scenario is, 6 months or maybe even 3 months away this thing's going. This thing is trading in triple digits, and I don't have any. But I will look to get back in. They do have earnings on November 17th, so that scares me a little bit. Hi, Cyberk, how are you? You have a cup? Good. Go ahead and fire away. I await your questions. Uh, Yeah, you're probably if I click on a symbol here like this CBAT, okay, you should see anytime it's a Holly call, you should see the entry in blue, the stop in red, and the target in green. Let me know if there's a case today where you don't see one. Uh, that's the only time you're going to see these on Holly calls. You're not going to see it if you just click on one of your alerts. Okay, they are not equipped, uh, obviously, with stops and targets. Only the only the AI will have the stops and targets. Okay, Cyberg says why positions don't get placed even when a strategy is on and offset is a negative 15 cents. Understand very yeah, you should be getting Cyberg. You should be getting. Excuse me, guys. Let me get some water here. Yeah, I got a little something in my throat. But yeah, Cyber, probably what you're going to need to do in this case, because I don't see any reason why you wouldn't. Are you referring to Holly calls? Or you are talking about your own strategies? And if the non okay, your own strategies. Well, you can if you can give me a symbol today that you feel like uh, should have triggered today but didn't. I can take a look at it and I can tell if it's if it's your limit offset or not. Do you have a symbol today that you feel like should have fired but didn't? And also, here's what you want to look for in your strategies. Okay, you want to make sure that first of all they're turned on. Yeah, if it was the beginning of the session, it was very volatile. There's always a chance. Our simulator it actually simulates real trading, so it will try to determine if you would have gotten the fill or not. You want to make sure, Cyber, look in your strategies windows, okay, and see that alerts are going off. You want to make sure you have something under last symbol, and if you have something under last symbol, that should tell you that trades are being fired. So uh, it's probably something in configuration, and uh, you know, if you could, do you have an example for today? I can look at it maybe early this morning that you said. Oh, every second something was populating. Okay. Well, yeah, it seems like you should have gotten filled on something. What are these strategies in the tab? These are just my strategies that I built. Okay. I, I'm not sure what you mean by in the tab. This is the tab you want to be in, the one that says strategies. Right, right. So I don't have any of these right now. I haven't been doing any of these recently. I've mainly been trading discretionary, but you can see if I had it on, and I've tested this over and over, these strategies would be fired off. Now this is more of swing trading. So if I look at this is my pullback above 50 SMA long. So let's take a look at apps, and that would have triggered probably right here. But yeah, it's tough for me to tell. Now, what I would say, if you're looking for like momentum in the very minutes of the early morning trading, those things can move pretty fast, and there's a chance, yeah, even with the 15 cent limit offset, that you might not even get some of them because Data is moving through so fast. A lot of those orders, they just it's just a mosh pit in the first 15 minutes of the day. So what I would do is maybe not even turn them on. Maybe wait and turn them on after about 15 or 20 minutes and test it then. Yeah, we can always share them. I don't, honest, personally, I don't have really any good intraday strategies. I think for me, day trading is more of kind of discretionary, uh, understanding charts and knowing, understanding volume and support resistance and things like that. It's really tough to build a momentum alert that can back test well because they're usually pretty active, and you just don't know. There's a lot of games being played, gamemanship by the high frequency traders. Well, yeah, we have tons of strategies. We have tons of strategies in these windows, but that doesn't mean they're back tested and designed for you to implement for auto trading. Okay, we have lots of windows for you. There's some great ones in the Traders Vault. There's some great ones for momentum trading in the Momentum channel. But that, like I said, these are just strategies where you can get some great ideas. That doesn't mean they're strategies designed to put in an auto trade. Auto trading is a whole different animal, and you want to, you know, it's you can't just have somebody give you a strategy, because what will happen is a strategy may work great for 2 weeks and then it just doesn't work just because of the market conditions. So it's not only getting good strategies, it's knowing when to implement those strategies. Yeah, it's really easy, and we have a video for that too. If you want to send it something to info@trade-ideas.com. But it's pretty simple. There's only two configurations: one's for long and one's for short. Or we do have one for re-enter, uh, if you like to re-enter trades. But it's pretty easy. You just go edit long trading positions. Okay, you have two choices here. You have conservative or moderate. I don't recommend the best of conservative moderate, because what that does is whatever is reading over here in the channel is what it's going to place it at. I like to stick it on one or the other. Uh, I personally like moderate because you can kind of set your own stop. You can look in there and look at the technical reasons why you might want to get out of a trade. But anyway, you set these to moderate, and you set your position sizing, and then you excuse me, here I go again. Your order type. Okay, whether you want market or limit, I recommend limit. Limit will be based upon the alert price. So whatever the alert price is, that is going to be what it's based off of. Of course, and this is your limit offset. You said you were using 15 cents. Uh, I'm sorry, the limit reference. Last price is the alert price. Take that back. Uh, so that's pretty much it for just go through this. We got some great videos for that too. Coming to risk management, should we always enter number of shares or risk per trade? That's up to you. A lot of this stuff is subjective. Okay. Uh, a lot of people do like to use the based on stop loss. So in other words, if you want to max out at you don't want to lose more than $50 a trade, you can just put based on stop loss and put in whatever number you're comfortable with. And that way it'll go out and buy the number of shares. So if it does go to the stop price, you're only going to lose $50. So that is a popular one. But like I said, it's subjective. You can use whatever you want to in this. But uh, yeah, based on stop loss is pretty popular. All right, based in a day chart, we see smart stop profit target and swing exit. Are they? Yeah, this what you're referring to. Anytime you click on a symbol, I don't have mine up. Let me fix this right quick. Show smart risk levels. I may have to restart. I don't know. Let's see. Huh. There he comes. No, that's a. Is that a Holly trade as well? Yeah, that's a Holly trade. Let me find something else. Let's try resetting connection here. Am I not clicking the right button? Let me see. Properties. Let me just do this. Hold on. I should be getting that. I'm on a new developmental version that I just downloaded, so it could be a tweak that I have to restart. But I know what you're talking about. Anytime you click on a stock, it's going to show you a swing exit. Okay, that's pretty basic. If you look at a swing exit, basically it's nothing too complex of an algo based on that. It's kind of like a 20-day low if you look at it. Profit target and smart stop. Basically, what is it's telling you if you were to like enter this trade, and this is not for like scalping. These are not scalping parameters. These are for very long day trades. It's going to give you an area of. We have an algo that looks at support, resistance, volatility of a stock, and it's going to give you an idea if you were to enter a day trade or maybe even a short swing trade where your ideal stop should be and where your profit target should be. Okay, these are not trying to call out a trade for you. It's just giving you an idea if you look at a trade. And I'm kind of baffled that it's not pulling up. But like I said, this is a developmental version, and it could be that I need to restart once I change those risk levels, so I'm not seeing them at all. But anyway, yeah, that's what it's just giving you an idea of what you might consider to be a stop and target if you were to take a very long day trade on something like that. Like I said, if you're trying to scalp for 20 or 30 cents, these are not great levels. Okay. Yeah, you can use a stop loss of 30. I don't. Be careful going below something like that, because if it's a very expensive stock, it's not going to go out and buy you like fractions of a share. So you want to make sure that you don't try to put it so low that you can't even get enough shares to actually lose. I would recommend maybe 50 as the lowest when you're putting those based on stop losses in there. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Cyber. Is that under the swing trading channel? Yeah, smart stop. I don't think there's a value to enter in there. I don't like using. Me personally, I like to use percentages. Okay, so if I'm doing a day trade, I usually use like 3%. I'm sorry, a swing trade. If I'm doing a day trade, it'd probably be like 1%. But if you do want to use a smart stop, let me go back into the Brokerage Plus here and strategies, edit trading strategy. Risk management, is that what you're referring to? Let's see. What tab are you referring to there, Cyberg, on the smart exit? I'm trying to remember. The risk management tab. Hold time. Order details. Right. Risk management, I think. Is it under the we're under the stop loss tab? Yeah, I'm in the risk management tab. Smart stop dollars. Okay. Gosh. Does yours look different than mine? Because when I click on the drop down button, I'm seeing a smart stop. So yours looks different. Oh, now you're talking. You're not talking about the B plus. You're talking about in the window when you're building your. Okay, that's what was throwing me. Uh, let's see. Configure. Yeah, this is something I've never really used a smart stop. Basically, it's an algo that calculates based upon the volatility and the average true range. It's I don't know. You asked me what value do I put in there. I'm not sure. It'd be great if you could send an image over because I'm not sure exactly where you're at in this. Are you talking about the back testing, the odds maker? I can't understand that. How to use the AT? Are you trying to say average true range? Here's what we may have to do, Cyber. Yes, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put an email into you, and you got to be very specific and send an email to it, because and provide some images because I'm not really sure if you're like in the back tester or. Okay, you've already sent an email. I'll get somebody on that. Oh, they told me they told you to come in here. Okay. So if I go into configuration, right, and you're telling me it's in Windows specific filters, you're gonna have to direct me there, Cyber, because like I said, I don't use smart stops, and I'll help you try to figure it out, but I don't know where you're at. Yes, bottom. So in the Windows specific filters at the bottom, are you talking? See, yeah, it's not necessarily going to be at the bottom. You can see I don't have anything in mind. Okay, you're probably going to have to go to search. Let's just do it this way. So smart stop is a filter percentage. Let's go to our help and see what it says. The Smart Stop is a proprietary risk management filter created by TradeIt. It helps traders identify a custom loss exit point for trades made at the time of the alert was triggered. The exit point is unique to each symbol based upon the volatility, relative volume, and daily volume. Yeah, I think it's one of those kind of. Yeah, you know what? I honestly, I'm gonna have to ask somebody this because I don't understand when you're just. I mean, you're configuring an alert window to show you alerts, so I'm not understanding why you would have a stop in an alert window because that's. I can understand having a stop in the. So if I add filter and percentage, smart stop percentage, let's just put a min in here of 5, see what happens. Okay, it brings the count down. Yeah, yeah. You know what, Cyberk, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to take this back to the info. If somebody sent you over here, this is something that I really haven't used. I've seen it before. I don't understand it. Why do you need a stop in an alert window that's just going to give you ideas for trading? I can understand why you would use it when you're back testing. Obviously, you have to have a stop before you can. But I don't understand it in a filter. So I'm gonna have to that I remember it now, and it's always kind of boggled my mind. Why would we have smart stop in a filter? I mean, but so yeah, send that back to info. Don't go in chat. Just send an email, and we'll look into it and see. But yeah, I understand your question now, and yes, I that's always baffled me because I don't understand it as a filter. Somebody else may know; they can chime in, but I don't know why I would need to stop in an alert window that's just giving me ideas. But that's good. I'm glad we figured out what you were talking about there. Yeah, I forgot that they have that as a filter, which kind of boggles me. But all right, thank you, Cyber. I'm glad we finally got through that. Once I add an exit price on strategy tab in B plus, how do I edit it? Oh yeah, that's easy. You can either there's a couple of things you can do. I wish I had some, but the easiest thing. Okay, so let me just go here in this window and let me add one first. Let me add a stop order in this Under Armour at let's say I put one in here at 12.75. Okay, so now I have a stop order in Under Armour, and there you can see it. So there's two ways to edit that. You can right click on the entry price and modify stop order, and what I like to do is just enter exact price. If you want to get fancy with these, you can, but you can just click on here and enter exact price. You can do it that way, or if you want to just grab the thing and drag it, you can do it that way too. So a couple of ways you could do that, either by grabbing, putting it where you want to, or right click and do it that way, modify stop orders. Which is a good way. I tell people a lot of times, if you want to trade Holly on conservative, it's going to automatically put a stop in. And what you could do, let me pull back up Holly here, is, so the stop is right here. Well, that's right, I can't do it. I have to be in my Brokerage Plus, not on my tab. But let's say I entered this in my when the trade was called, and I got an auto trade in CBAT, and I said to myself, well, this is too tight. So you can enter them in conservative mode and just immediately pull them down to where you want them. Or you can do like some people do. You can enter them in moderate mode and then just add your own stop. You can always you always can take over control of the stop. So that's one thing about, if you're using Holly to let you enter a trade and then you manage it, just remember you can always control everything. So uh, the only thing about uh, you got to remember that if you're in conservative mode, there will be a time stop in there. So I'm pretty sure you can control that too, but I may have to ask somebody that. I'm more of a auto trader's cool. It just I'm too busy at work. I mean, to mess around. I mean, to use it. I'm more of a discretionary trader. So, all right. Greg says, just following Holly AI trades. How do I have a custom layout and turn risk on? Well, Greg, okay, uh, risk on and risk off are kind of older terms that we use. Now we're into, and we probably need to update the Holly video because it probably still has risk on and risk off, and I think Chris is going to be doing that soon. But now we have what's called conservative and moderate. Okay. Uh, you can do a custom layout anytime. Once you get the layout like you want it, all you got to do is save your custom layout. So if you go back to Holly's trades, I'm sorry, the B plus, and you want to set up Holly, okay. Once again, I was just showing Cyberg this. Okay, you just right click, you go to Edit Long Trading Strategies, and this is where you're going to do your AI trade mode. Moderate is risk on. We used to call it risk on. Conservative is risk off. So if you want moderate and you want to hold the trade all the way till the end of the day, unless there is a stop, you want to just go to put it on moderate. I saved a custom layout, but Caster seemed to load it. But what's that? It can't seem to load it. Is that what you're saying? Uh, well, if are you talking about you saved one when you say custom layout? You're not talking about in the channel bar, right? You're talking about file. Give me the process in which you saved it, Greg. Did you go file, save layout? Because there's two ways you could have done it. You could have on web version, you're going to have to save it to the cloud. Okay, you save it to the cloud. So what you want to do is file, save to cloud. I don't have the web up, but I think it's under. I'm not sure if it's under file or where it's under, but just go across your menus and you'll see an option to save layout, and it's going to have a little cloud there. Yeah, you're gonna, and then once you save it there, then it's saved on our cloud. You don't have to worry about it. It should be there anytime you pull it up. You just want to go next time you go in, go to load from cloud, right? And your layout should be in there, just like I have some in here as well. There's a layout. Layout's going to look a little bit different than your window. It's going to have some orange in it. Yeah, anytime, and remember, anytime you make changes, okay, you don't want to, like if you make changes inside your Holly, let's say to your trading instructions, you don't want to go up here and, I can't even remember where it is. Yeah, you don't want to go up here and save as default. That's not going to save it inside your layout, okay? You want to go and save it, resave it to the cloud if you're in the web or on your server if you're wherever you want to save it on your desktop app. Holly does not know when to close the trade when profit is maximum. That's because we really don't know when the profit is going to be maximum. That's why we provide targets. Like in this C back here, you can see target was hit. Now, it's up to the trader. If they have it set in conservative mode, it's going to take that profit at the target. If it's in moderate mode, no, there's nothing that's going to get you out at the top. I wish we had the ability to pick a top, but no, it's going to hold the trade to the close. So, if you're in moderate, that's where you're going to have to take over and decide where you want to get out of a trade. Let's look at some other examples. This one right here was a short. All right, had some really nice profits, right? But the target wasn't hit. So this is where a discretionary trader may say, wow, I had 3-4 down bars. I had a bar reversal right here. This is maybe where I take over and pound out my profits. So it's a lot it's a lot easier for you to manage the exit than it is Holly, because you see more things as far as what's happening in the marketplace than Holly does. So that's okay. Good. Glad that helps. You guys are coming at me with some tough questions today. Yes, that's right. You can always manually take over and decide what you want to do. All right. Nice, Omar. That was a good trade there in that solo. Yeah, I noticed that these things were rocking this morning, but boy, a lot of them came back. This one actually looks like it may have another move there. How do I sort columns in any alert windows? Can't seem to move up or down arrow in the columns list. Should be pretty easy, and that goes for any window. Well, alert window is different, and this is the reason you don't want to use sort inside in an A window. Okay, because you want to have it set to uh, view mode, newest first. Okay, so that means the new alerts are going to come up on top. You don't want to use the group or sort by. Now, if you did that, you would be able to sort. The problem is when these alerts come out, you're not going to know. You're not going to see them because they're going to be like right in the middle. You're not going to see the most recent ones on top. Okay, so you don't want to sort an A window. If you're looking to use a sorting function, it's best to convert that A window into a T window like this, and this is the way you can sort by using any column. Okay, an A window is going to always have the most recent one on top. Unless you want to go in there and do that, I don't recommend it because you're not going to be able to find the newest alerts that came out if you do that. It's going to be just a mess. But that's why we recommend. That's what's so great about T windows. They're great for scanning. You can see just everything that matches your filter set are going to be in here, and then you can just kind of go through and check it out. Which ones position in 10-day relative volume. If I don't have B plus window in front, no, no, no. It's I always have mine minimized into my taskbar. Okay, it's always going to be active. Okay, the only thing you want to make sure is that you have trade ideas up and running. Of course, obviously, then it's going to disconnect if you exit out of the program. But once you exit back in and turn it on, it's going to obviously repopulate all your positions. But no, you don't have to have it displayed in front. How can TI help us on options chain trading? We do have a little bit of options. We're not big on it. It's because the way our platform is built, we would have to basically retool everything if we wanted to do monthly option prices and things like that. But I can show you what we do have, and pop up an A window here, and just, you can remember, guys, you can always just go to search and type in a keyword, and it'll show you what we have. So these are the things we have. You can find put call ratio, option volume today, put volume today. So there obviously some nice data points there. I like this option volume percentage. It shows you what percentage is doing above normal. That's a nice one you can use to see stuff coming in. You'll catch a lot of earnings plays will have this being a high number. And then you can just create, a top list, for option. I think I have a couple in here I can show you. I can actually share it. A little top list here, option volume. Let's see what this one looks like. And there you have it. Okay, this is just an option volume top list to show you the stocks that are doing the highest option. This is the key right here. All right, this option volume is going to show you percentage today. All these stocks are doing very, very high option volume. Even though some of them aren't moving, it doesn't mean just because there's big option volume that a stock has to be, moving somewhere. But this is a nice little scan to show you, and I'll share it with you. I'll drop the cloud link in there into the chat. See if I got it there. There you go. Yesterday, Holly Neo was in moderate mode. Today, in conservative mode. Does the AI switch automatically between those modes? Yeah. What we're going to display over here? We're gonna display in our channel the best mode with the best profit currently. Okay, so obviously you're seeing Holly Neo in conservative mode. If we look down in here, let's see, you're going to see that, we'll see mine's a little bit different. This is based on 100 shares. So based on 100 shares, conservative mode is outperforming. But you can see mine down here is different. I have mine set up different where it's based on stop loss, based on, well, let's just show you. Let me show you where to go to fix that too. You go to Tools, Options, AI Trade Size. And you can see I have mine based on stop loss of $200. Okay, so if the stop loss in this CBAT was pretty tight actually this morning, you can see it. I think it almost got down there to it. You can see with that kind of stop loss, the most I'm going to lose is $200. So it went out and bought. Let me bring up my pen so I can kind of show you guys. Maybe lost right here. So this went out and bought 1,120 shares. Okay, whereas the channel over here only displays 100 shares bought of every position. We're going to fix that so you can kind of customize it to match whatever you're using in here. I think this is kind of wonky right now. So obviously in my mode, okay, if I go to, let me clear this. If I go to moderate, 713, and conservatives only 597. So in my trade size, moderate is outperforming conservative. But this is nothing to be trying to tell you what you should be doing. Okay, it's just going to display the best based upon 100 shares. All right, let me get another drink. Okay, I'm unable to save my strategy on B+. I have to change the My Strategy settings every time I reconnect. Oh, that shouldn't be the case. Uh, I've never. So if I go in here, these strategies that I have been in here for a couple of years. So you're not trying to save them by going in and saving this as default, are you? Or save to the cloud. This is not where you want to save it. All this is going to do is save a version of what you just made to the cloud. So if you did save it to the cloud, you should be able to go get it. But to make things easier, what you want to do anytime you add strategies to your B plus window, you want to go to File, Save Layout, and oh, I clicked the wrong one. File, Save Layout, Save. And it's going to ask you if you want to replace it. Say yes. Of course, I don't want to do this, so I'm going to say no. You're welcome. Uh, Andy, I changed the price in an alert, but next day right back to the old price range. Where did I go wrong? I'm not sure what you mean by I changed the price in the alert in an alert. Oh, are you talking about the parameter? Yes, yes, you can change exist. Like if I wanted to come in here and change this strategy, okay, I could come in here and just edit my trading strategy, and the same thing applies there. All you need to do is make your changes that you want to make, okay, and click OK. It's going to make the changes in your B plus window here. Now, once again, anytime, it doesn't matter what little change that you make, you want to go back and save, always save your layout again. Because otherwise, if you open it up, it's just going to be right back to where it was. Okay, so you can make any changes you want to a strategy. Just make sure you save your layout again. And getting back to Sweetie B's question, the next day right back to the old price. Yeah, that's once again that's going to that's going to be a save layout issue. Okay, because I've done this over and over. Let me tell you what you can do. I mean, what you don't want to do is anytime you make a changes, let's say this revenue growth fishing, I went in here and I wanted to change the price range. I got it from 5, but let's say I want to limit it to $100. Okay? And I click on OK. Okay, for the time being, I'm not going to see anything under $100 come through here. Now, I could go in here and save this to the cloud. Okay, I'm not going to because I don't want to mess up what I have in there, but I could save it to the cloud. But that I could do all the saving I want to the cloud. But what's going to happen is when I fire up my TI program the next day, it's not going to be saved in here. All you're doing is saving it in this single window. Okay, and you can save it to the cloud. It would be in the cloud. But if you want it when you fire up TI the next day, if you want it changed, you always have to go and change it in right here, save layout. This is your settings on your computer. This is where it's going to draw all the information from the next morning. So always go in here and change it, and I recommend using default layout because this is the one that's always going to open up when you fire up TI. Okay, so your favorite layout should always be named default layout. Okay, then I change existing trade. Okay, so it's better to save it to layout for any Windows. Yes, absolutely. Save layout. Okay, save it. Save into the cloud's fine. It's going to save everything for you. But if you fire up the next day and you forget to go get the one from the cloud that you were using, you're going to be having the same issue. This is why it's very important to remember that every time you fire up Trade Ideas, it's going to open up your default layout that's saved on your computer, not in the cloud. Okay, this is why, yeah, I recommend everybody using the default Windows layout because it's really nice to know that anytime you make changes, just go save layout again, and the next day everything's going to be set for you like you saved it. Will that override the risk management settings under menu tools for each strategy? Well, if you don't change, yeah, anytime you save layout, it's going to save whatever you have currently running on your system. So nothing's going to be overridden except your old layout. Okay, so obviously, if you want to change, your um, risk management settings, and you save it under layout, yes, that will save all your risk management and everything. That's the beautiful thing about saving layout. It's going to save everything that you have up, all your settings, all your risk management, everything. The problem most people have is they go into B plus and they make a change, and what most of them do is they'll come in here and they'll save. They'll think they're saving it as default or save to the cloud, and they think they're saving it in their layout, and they're not. They're just saving whatever they just did in the cloud. I mean, the good thing about it is if you do make that mistake, whatever you save is going to be in the cloud. You can always pull it up and add that version to your default layout. Yeah, yeah, you can save up. You can save as many uh, position sizing as you want. If you want to do this strategy, because remember, if you're talking now, Holly's different. You only have two options. You have, hopefully, we'll make this more configurable in the future, where you can change different strategies. Right now, all you have is edit long and edit short. But if you're in here, yeah, you can have one setting set for fixed dollars, and then go into another strategy, save it on based on stop loss. So you can definitely have different position sizing for each one. So all right, guys, it looks like Barry. Which one will be valid? Either one, anything you save is going to be valid, Cyber. It's like I said, you can have different position sizing for different strategies. Just remember, anytime you make changes, to save that in there. All right, guys, Barry is back, and I am going to shoot him over there just in case with the market at highs, just in case he's making a trade and you don't want to miss it. Let me see one more here. Why is entry price is different in position window compared to execution? You're welcome, Cyber. Execution windows and order window. Position sizing compared to execution windows and order window. Why is entry price different in position? Yeah. When you say position window, you're talking about this, okay, right? Why is entry price different? Entry price different compared to the execution windows. So when you say execution windows, you're talking about these windows? You're talking about an alert window? Or are you talking about the strategy window where it fires off in here? Remember, you're going to have slippage in some cases. Okay, so if you're using a limit offset of say -5 cents, that's going to be the discrepancy there.
All right. Dave, you can be our designated CNBC watcher. DKNG, there is as Dave is saying, there's a pump by it or for it on CNBC. Codex goes red, so it actually completely reversed. Yeah, man, did it ever? I mean, look how crazy this one. Pre-market chopping up and down. Market moves higher, or it moves higher. But now this is kind of steady down. Is it shortable? Yeah, it is shortable. For me, at Interactive Brokers. All right, Andy, thank you. Man, I should have. I know I was toying with the idea of shorting that UTZ. Just didn't do it. Can you do me a favor? Just a second. Rodax here. I just want to ask you something before I do, though. Okay. No, you can see my screen. Okay. I'm just looking here. Okay. I don't have to ask you. Look at the SPY guys putting in a nice, hopefully a nice weekend move. Something for the weekend. Okay, so when you mean horizontal support for a long time, are you talking about on a daily chart? And yes, please take that off topic, okay? This stocks only is literally just for specific stocks. Okay, so take that over to, so when you answer my question, so are you talking about on a daily chart, like support or consolidation, or, you know, like support means different things to different people, number one. Okay, so I could ask 10 different people what their idea of support is. I could get 10 different answers. But anyway, if you can, because we do have a consolidation filter on a daily basis that you can use to say, okay, this is consolidated for 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. And when you're looking at it today, so if you put a volume surge for today, it's looking back at those previous days. So what that would look like on a chart more than likely is you'd see the previous days and then you'd see today on a bit of a volume pop. If that makes sense. Okay, so you see where you're posting? You're posting here in the stocks only. Can you go to the off topic? See the tab? If you can see my screen, just click on off topic. There you are. So here is something that you can try. You know, you might want to use it as a top list, or you can use it as a filter, I suppose, an alert window. But this is the consolidation alert I'm talking about, or consolidation I'm talking about. So, and I haven't tried this in a long time, but consolidation days. So if you added the filter, so you could put the minimum number of days it appears to be in consolidation, or to the max. And my advice to you is just try it. You know, you put 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, 6 days. I mean, the longer the more days you put in, the fewer alerts you'll probably get, because you know how many stocks are going to be in that sort of a consolidation pattern. But you can try it. All right. So that would be the filter that's going to give you kind of the day, the consolidation. And then, so you could add that to an alert window, and then what you just said on the other, and then volume comes up. So then you could, especially in consolidation, you're probably not seeing, you could even just examine some, but I mean, probably not seeing huge volume. But what I would do is put a minimum volume of, you know, whatever you want, but put the relative volume high. Now that typically then will mean that there's a volume pop that day. And you know, you put a price range in, and so does that all make sense? You can try it. I have not tried that, so but you can try that. See what sort of alerts you're getting. You might get a lot of alerts or looks. You can actually try it in a top list also, and you'll just see stocks that are consolidated a lot. So instead of an alert, and so then you can take a look at those stocks. So for instance, if I did this, I've got just a couple of minutes before I'm going to do my video. Well, it'll be trial and error, greater than 1.5. It might be trial and error. There's no right or wrong number. So for instance, if I did this, start from scratch, load the settings, and then I did a search on that consolidation, CONS, days, add the filter. Let's say 4 days. Summary. So I've got nothing in here. I've got nothing. I haven't put any other filters in. So let's just see what happens. No, because I don't have anything in here. But what I was going to say is that you'll see some stocks that are takeovers, and they just flatline. But it almost looks like consolidation on the weekly. But so these are the sort of stocks. Now remember, this is looking at the previous days, not today, not including today. So you can see, look at this one, consolidated pretty well. So that's what I'm saying. Then if you put an alert in for today and you look at the relative volume. Now it didn't go up, it went down, but look at the relative volume, 10. I'm not saying to use 10, but can you kind of see how this is working? Some consolidation for 4 or 5 days. And then all of a sudden, lots of volume on relative volume. I mean, it didn't pop it up, it moved it down, but if you only want to see ones that move up, then put a change from the close, some kind of a positive number. Okay, and then you'll get a positive. You would get a pop in a positive way. Again, look at that consolidation. But sometimes you're not going to. That's why though you want to put even a minimum volume. Here's the consolidation sort of for the days before, and then the pop, 3, then the pop. So you can, all you can do is play around with it. I don't have a magic formula for you, so just try to play around with it. If you're not getting what you're looking for, maybe, I don't know, tighten up some of the filters or expand them. If you're not getting enough, there's no right or wrong way. So I don't know how to answer that question. When you change the limit offset to 0, then you're probably not going to get very many fills. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed. Like, why would you change the limit offset to 0? Number one. I mean, very rarely. That means that the bid ask has to be essentially the same, which is, pretty rare. And I can't answer why the entry price is showing different. I just can't answer that. You might have to, I don't know if you asked that question of Andy when he was there, but I had to send you to the homepage. I will have no explanation for that, but you can try asking somebody. Michael, I think, might be there, and he's our IB Brokerage Plus expert. And I'm talking to you. Boy, that's a tough name for me to pronounce. I'm sorry. Tajazwi? All right, guys, I have to do my video now. So before I go, I will do my video, and I'll be back at about, what time is it? 1:02. Should be back no later than 1:25. I'm going to put my video or my link so that if you want to sign up for them. Yeah, I apologize. I don't have a lot of expertise with that. You know, when little things like that happen, I'm talking to Jaswy. You know, I just don't have a off the cuff explanation. You know, so rather than trying to make something out up, Michael may have may have an answer for you. All right, click on my homepage link and where it says daily recap right here. So you can sign up for it. It's all free, of course. So I do them every day, and usually they get sent out about an hour after I finish. And it'll get sent to your email. All right, so now I will just put the announcement in. Okay, I shall put myself on mute now. Yeah, no, I'm going to put myself on mute now. Just had to type in some stuff. Okay, so I'll see you guys around 125. All right, guys, I'm back. All right. Wow. What time is it? 1:30 almost. 1:30. And the market is still kind of pausing a little bit, but still in an upward trend. It continues down. Been a real choppy one, CBAT, but back up. Here's the high of the day, $7. All right, start. Okay. Well, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts. Market is just kind of flattening out right now. No new alerts for me. Are these the guys who are involved in shopping centers and things like that, retail space? Taubman? GKK, MPLN, all-day runner. I saw you ask the question a while back. Yeah, all day. So far, yeah, kind of an all-day runner. You're right. 627 up to 694. Pretty steady. Not too many, even on the fives, hardly any pullbacks. This is the one that Muddy Waters basically trashed. I think right here. Yeah, that was the day. Had earnings yesterday. Looked like it was actually going to recover a bit. Remember it was up to here, but then sold off at the end of the day. And that low right there held. Yeah, maybe. Did he actually, are you just kidding, or did he actually say? What did he say? He said that their biggest customer was going into competition with them. I think that was the inference. They usually do. Probably, yeah. Usually a company will do all they can to refute it. But so did. Okay, well that's quite different. But of course, so did Nicola or Nicola. Whatever. So did they refute it, and we all know what happened to them. I'm just. I mean, these companies. But that's actually pretty interesting. If they could go to UNH and get a comment somebody and say, yeah, that's true. Oh, I see. Interesting. Because it didn't really help. Yeah, that earnings play, I mean, it looked, briefly, it looked okay. As they say, at one point that was a green candle, and then, but it just sold off. That was yesterday, yes. Well, look at the market. Ooh, there's a nice candle there, guys. That's a nice looking 15-minute candle for the SPY. Look at this. All right, guys. Well, probably a good time to ask questions because I'm not getting any too many new alerts. Do you have any questions for me? PSNL, Personalis. Yeah, I remember they did their IPO back here. Let's just take a look at if there are any IPOs for next week. We had about a month where every week there seemed to be about 10 to 12 of them. Now, I really have to discount these SPACs. I mean, they're IPOs, but so let's just take a look. Wow. Nothing since 10:30, October 30th. Postponed. 11:13. What are we now? 11:13. So, yeah, okay. All these things ending in U are SPACs. So I'm just forgetting about them. Though Goldman Sachs is behind that one, Morgan Stanley is behind that one. Interesting. Unless this might not be a SPAC. Let me just see if this is a SPAC. Yeah, it is a SPAC. Special purpose acquisition. So basically, load these. They're not really companies. They're just call them entities. They have money and they're going on search for some company to acquire. Now this is one, but look at it, 2.6 million. This will be probably nothing. That's today. Let's see. Did it even open? HFEN. Did it even open today? The answer is doesn't look like it. So it may be delayed. Compass Therapeutics. So that could be day to day. You see, they're just day to day now. All right. Well, actually, there are a few next week. Anything really interesting? This has got a lot of big names behind it. JP Morgan, Credit Suisse, Goldman Sachs, Jefferies, Barclays, Citigroup. So this has got a lot of big names behind it. Solera Health Company. They're going to have a lot of shares, 46 million. And this is the estimate, 20 to 23. This one, boy, quite a few shares also. MRVI, that's supposed to open on Friday, next Friday. So these couple of them could be interesting. All right, give me a moment, please. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. All right, guys, here I am again. I might wrap this up around 2:30. It's just really, really quiet now for me. I'll always stick around if there are questions, but I see HPR is having a bit of a move. Yeah, well, yesterday was leaf clearing day. You guys weren't subjected to the leaf blowers yesterday. I think I was on my break when they came. Man, do we have a lot of leaves. Yeah, again, Cyber K, you're probably going to have to send the log file. I just can't help you. I don't know. I mean, without seeing the file itself, almost impossible for me to comment other than saying, I can't help you. If you go to help and go to the help and where it says send files to support, you can send the files. And then with an email, send indicate what happened, and that's at info@trade-ideas.com. Okay. So just after GKK, you said straight up. Now it is starting to fall a little bit, not much. MPLN, not much. 676 down to 583. I'm not looking at anything right now, BP. I'm just, I had an alert there, and I just thought I'd throw it up. I mean, if I were, actually though, if I look here, what's the daily chart? 404. So if somehow next week, I doubt if it's going to happen today, but if somehow next week it can take, I'm going to stick an alert at 404 is the high. So I'm going to stick an alert just at 406. Create a price alert at 406. Takes that out next week. Then look left. It has some room all the way up to 6. Not really. I mean, I'm not a big swing trader. Number one. Number two, I think in this market, yeah. I mean, if we had picked LI and XPEV and NIO over the last little while, yeah, it would have been excellent. But no, even look at Hog here. I mean, Hog is the trade of the week. It's still performing very well. 32.95 was the trigger, I believe. So let's just say 33. So even though it's been, we've had some chop. There it was on Monday, and it's popping back now. I mean, you might. I don't think it's a great long-term hold. I mean, to me, it looks like 39 could stall it, which isn't bad from 35, I guess. So that's pretty spectacular, guys. The last 4 trades of the week have worked out very well. Starting with the one, I guess it's 5 weeks ago now, NIO at 22. Following week was PBI at 630. And it got up to 773 from 630. And then the following week was PRTS. It worked really well on one day. I don't even remember what the trigger was, but one day it worked extremely well. And then last week we went to cash. We didn't have a trade of the week. We thought it would be prudent with what all is going on to go to cash. And then this week, Hog. So, I mean, to try to figure out one trade for the week, and that's what Steve does with a little help from Andy for some of them. Actually, Andy was the main source for the NIO. So he can take credit for the NIO. Look at this. I mean, wow. Right there. And did the stock symbol cash? Yeah, that's funny because we did see, some people, we get the email, and the email says, we think it's right to stay in cash, and some people really confuse that. And I'm not saying they took cash, but had they taken cash, not bad. Yeah, on a big pullback for hog. Yes, I noticed that. Yeah, yeah, those were trades of the week. Those are the last four trades of the week. NIO, PBI, PRTS, and then last week no trade, just to stay in cash, and then this week hog. And can you sign up for them? Yes. So see what this week's. I'm sure we'll have one for. I doubt if he's going to go cash again. Well, we don't know. He looks at it over the weekend. It'll come out Monday morning before the market opens. You'll get an email if you sign up for it. Right here. Click on my homepage link, and right there, right there is. Get out of here. There we go. Trade of the week. Click here. Okay. Some people don't get them for whatever reason. They either go into your spam, get spammed or something like that. So the other thing you can do, because what I'm doing now is I am posting to my Twitter account. So if you want to follow me on Twitter, and it's just stocks, I don't do any other nonsense, at @bbruin44, and I do post it Monday morning before the market opens. Yeah, I just said, Sunil, I don't. I have no takeaways for the weekend. I don't have anything that, Again, I'm not a big swing trader, so. Oh, I see. You asked that earlier, and I missed the question. HPR did a reverse split. Okay. Just have to sign up for it. Click on my homepage link, Sunil, and where it says get the trade of the week, just sign up for it. It gets sent to your email. It'll come out Monday morning, again, usually about 30 to 45 minutes before the market opens. That's when you'll get your email. Well, now, look at this one. This was a gap down and reverse. Gap down and reverse. MGen. This just popped in. A little late, but I probably, where would I've seen it? 1662. Yeah. I know. Oh, I know why. I have a minimum volume. I may lower that to say 300,000. Okay, so TradeStation. Anybody in this room, not in the YouTube feed, there's a question about how to link trade ideas to TradeStation. Anybody in this trading room, do they have TradeStation and are you able to link? See if I have an answer. If not, Basim, more than likely, I'm going to send you to the homepage and somebody will give you a script to show you more than likely how you can do it. All right, thank you, Jay. So we can do it. The problem is that I can't, I know what the information they're going to give you, and it works. So if you go to the homepage and start a live, where you're going to see this when you click on the homepage and questions and answers, just literally say, "How do I link TI to TradeStation?" Okay, and they're going to give you a script, like the instructions on how to do it. I could show it to you. But the problem is you can take a screenshot if you want, if you can see my screen. If that's easier for you to do. I can't post it in YouTube because it's long and it just sort of jams everything up, unfortunately. So you tell me. You can either go to the homepage, or if you can see my screen, I can put the instructions on the screen, and you can take a screenshot of it. So Basim, you tell me how you want to do it. From the original scan, I actually upped it to 500,000 shares, and now I've dropped it back to 300. I'm not sure what the original scan what was. You don't have to follow suit, but and then I think I changed in the original scan. I believe I had the between $1 and $60, and I think I changed it to $30 for me. Again, you don't have to follow suit. Now, what is that IRAPS? What is that? Because okay, well, here, let me. Okay, thank you. Now, hopefully that still works. I don't know how long ago that was done, but no, I clicked on it. It works. But if you want to be completely, but he's not giving me an answer, so I don't know if. No, the linking worked for me. I clicked on it and it brought me to the YouTube video. Oh, I see. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. It doesn't link consistently to TradeStation. Yeah, I don't know how long ago that video was done. So the best bet is to literally go to the homepage and ask for this script that I talk about. So oops. So if anybody wants to link either to TradeStation or Thinkorswim, this is all this works, I guess, for TradeStation also. So if you want to take a screenshot of this, all right, guys. Let's see. Yeah, I see the UTZ just had a little bit of a pop. Is that the same for Thinkorswim, Jay? I always seem to see something about having to have a chart up, and you can kind of make it as small as you want, but you can't get rid of it. All right. Now I'll pop that, and thank you, Chris. I will, Chris, Chris from. So, Basim, if you're in the room in the YouTube feed, so some of the interesting looks from the gap down and reverse and things like that. So this stock, yeah, gap down, reverse, but now it's moving down again. So yes, it did reverse, but I don't think it went positive. Might have just touched positivity. No, it didn't. Look, it's still down 43 cents. So this is another 20 cents on top or so 28 cents on top. So it did not go positive. All right, one last look at my homepage and the information that is there, explanation about the AI and Brokerage Plus. Somebody else may take over here at 2:30. If there's anybody around. Because I have to admit, I am fading. long week. Okay, so from my homepage, click on my homepage link, and that's a good information, including the trade of the week. So please sign up for it. It's free. Why not sign up for it? Right there. I've already done my recap. You can sign up for them all here. Here are all my scans. All my scans are here that I'm sharing, not just the ones you see on my screen. Lots of education. Click here. Really important one, the 20 lessons in 20 days. Take the lessons. Why? Some of the basic things that people, if you've never had the program before, you don't know what a top list is, what is an alert window, how to build them. So why not take a look at all this? You can do it really quickly. At least get familiar with trade ideas. The daily support sessions, they are from 12 to 1, just like it says. 12 p.m. to 1 o'clock in the YouTube feed. Another trader does take over. And we have 5 traders. We have 5 days in the week. Daily webinars, again, this week and next week. We're off schedule, but once we get back to schedule, which should be, let's see, the 20th, 21, 22, so the 23rd, but even then, I believe that's when you guys, that week is U.S. Thanksgiving, I believe, Thursday and Friday. So I'm sure we will not have a webinar on Thursday, maybe even not Wednesday. Anyway, once we're back to a true schedule, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time, you can sign up for them all. Education videos, let's look at them, watch the videos. Getting started videos. There are lots of videos here. And ebooks, we have ebooks. Trading books, okay? So lots of good information from my website. Including how to take out a subscription. You click on Get Trade Ideas. You can use that promo that was on the previous page. And just to give you an idea what it costs, $22.68 a year for our premium annual. Standard is $10.68 a year minus for our standard annual, and again minus the 15% for both. Big difference is the AI. There are some other differences, but the main reason people take our premium service is because they want to have access to the AI. You do not have to take out an annual subscription. You can go month to month if that's what you want to do. So the standard monthly is $118 less the 15%, $228 less the 15%. Again, that promo, the 15% off, is only good for the first month. And as always, if you want to upgrade from standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we will honor the promo code. Who is Trading Mama? I have zero idea. No. There. I know you asked the question again in the YouTube feed. There is no, I think you said that I said there was no central repository of strategies, okay? The Traders Vault, the other traders, speaking of Andy and Jamie, Steve, I guess now Chris, if he has any, Sean, they put their strategies in there, and they'll update it from time to time. That's the only other area, okay? Is CBAT a good long? Well, okay, are you talking about right now, like as we speak? Certainly it is fading, so I don't know about a long. Well, here's the problem, okay, CyberK. Even if there was a so-called central repository, now remember, we have thousands of subscribers. So let's just say we said to everybody, just put them in there over all the years. somebody, what happens is like myself. I mean, eventually, sometimes I will delete a strategy. So all of a sudden, so you could have hundreds and hundreds of deleted strategies. You're clicking on them and it just says file not there. But the other thing is that not everybody wants a strategy. Their strategy out there. Anyway, it's not. It's just not going to happen. That's what your Twitter feed said. I don't know. Well, I have no idea. Trading Mama, never, haven't seen a post. I don't know. Probably. I go into Twitter for only a couple of reasons. I post the pre-market stuff. If I remember, I post my videos, and not my videos, my recap. So those are the things I do. I try to do every day. Okay, just my pre-market video, my pre-market recap, and then the videos. And that's really, I don't really go into Twitter for anything else. Save and share means save and share if you want to save and share in this room, for instance, or if for instance, if you had an alert window and it wasn't giving you what you thought it should be giving you, and a lot of people will come into our start a discussion, say, hey, I've got an alert window, and AWX should have alerted and it didn't. Well, the only way we can really check it is if you give us your link so we can check it to see if maybe we've got a filter there that is preventing it, as an example, okay? So that's basic. And also, I mean, of course, I mean, I can save and share in here. And Real, if you've been in the room for, a while, he will, I mean, traders in this room, if, they can, if they want to, they can say things like, hey, I've developed this scan. It's giving me some pretty good results. What do you guys think? And they can put it in the room. That's what save and share is. Well, it is nothing. Not that I'm aware of, CyberK. No, not that I'm aware of. Hopefully, I better check this Trading Mama out. That's okay, you're just keen. Well, you seem to be, see, in my use of trade ideas, I don't, yeah, right. I rarely encounter anything. Yeah, no, I don't know this person at all. You don't have to decide by next week. You can keep coming into the room and, well, the trial's over, but I mean, you don't have to decide if you're going to take out a subscription right when the trial's over. As I've said many times, everything you're doing right now, everything you're doing, save it to the cloud, right? Because if you do take out a subscription later on, next week, next month, next year, as long as you use the same email address that you use for the test drive, all your work will be there for you. Okay, so Jimmy, are those with your live account? That's a live account. I mean, I don't know I don't know how to comment on it. So if there is something that you don't understand, why? Again, you can send your go to help, click on help, and send files to support. But I'm not sure. Are you just making a statement, or you're not understanding something? Well, it's don't think of the channels. Okay, just think this is a layout. This is not a channel, right? This is not a channel. What you're seeing here is a layout. So I save my layout. I give it a name. I could have another layout if I wanted to. I give it another name. You can never save a channel. You know, remember now. If you go to Alpha Predator and you make some changes. Oh, for your own channel. Okay, yeah. Well, your own channel though comes from the cloud, so you've saved it in the cloud, so it will be there. Well, then you have to, if you're making changes here, then you have to reflect that and save it, you know, because it doesn't know. That's why if you notice, when you save things to the cloud, let's just see if I can find. Okay, so let me see something here. Well, it's not going to see basic new highs and lows. There was the last time I saved it, 11:12, 12:45 yesterday. If I saved it again, it would be timestamped later. It would be timestamped for today. That's how I always know, you know, what the latest version is. I mean, do I like that necessarily? No, I like to see it when I say things to the cloud. I wouldn't mind it just overwriting it, but that's where if you save things to your computer, you know, if I go right click and save as, then it gets saved to my computer. Then it'll start to overwrite. Okay, the trade of the week has got nothing to do with the AI. Okay, it's Steve Gomez with sometimes some help from Andy, another one of our traders. But Steve is the originator of the trade of the week. He looks at some of the scans that he has, and he, you know, after doing some work on them, I don't know how long he spends on looking at his scans, but that's when he comes up with the trade of the week. So it's got nothing to do. It has got nothing to do with the AI. So for instance, let me just see if I can make you, help you understand a little bit more. I'm just trying to see. You see, when you get the email, it says, okay, this week's trade of the week was found from, and it's usually some scan that he has, and he identifies the scan. And he says it's considered live at a certain price, and then and then there's a stop. Okay, then it's up to you to manage the trades. I may have deleted it. I may have deleted the email, that's all. Okay? Yeah, I just can't find the email, but that's what it would say. It would say, you know, this week's trade of the week is hog. This was found by looking at the, you know, XYZ scan, and we have determined that this could make a good trade of the week. It is considered live at, you know, I know the price was 36 or 32.95. Okay, and the stop would be the rising 20 simple moving average. That's that blue line right there. So never hit the stop. You can see right there, never hit the stop. How you trade it is going to be completely up to you. Yeah, rest up, Cyber K. Rest up. Your brain's been on overload. Well, you weren't around when we used to have the test drive. Was only 5 days. It was only 1 week, and that was it. So we expanded it to 2 weeks. About I can't remember how many test drives ago. Hmm. So you're looking for a big fall for D Dog. So we have next week, and then the following week is your Thanksgiving week, right? All right, guys. I think I will shut the room down at 2:30. Okay, closing the room at 2:30. I need one of those lithium batteries plugged into my body. Another strange trading day for this one. I mean, it got up. I mean, look where it got up to. Well, the week I shouldn't say, but look at where it got up to. 841, all the way down to 698. I mean, that's a big drop. $1.50 drop from the highs. That's a big, big, big percentage move. YouTube up. I think next week I'm definitely going to pay a lot of attention to this one, the gap continuation or reverse shared. Definitely going to pay attention to it. Look at the SPY, guys. Man, oh man, that's another nice move for the SPY. Look at that 15-minute candle. Look at this candle right here. This could be the biggest one of the day. I think it is. It looks like the biggest one of the day. And the volume is pretty good. This has 8 minutes to close, that candle. So look at that volume, the previous. Usually, typically the first 15-minute candle will be the biggest volume bar of the day. Just one moment, please. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I'm back. So in Brokerage Plus, and this is my recommendation. I mean, this is going to have to be up to you. But in the AI, yeah, there are. You can either go conservative. I think. But I believe the recommendation is going to be going moderate. Okay, and not the best of, but moderate. Again, what moderate means is, then you manage to trade on your own. You get out when you want to get out. The AI, yes, on a what's the word I want? Uh, as a presentation, you can pick conservative, moderate. You're talking about here, right here, conservative, moderate, and aggressive. Okay, in the strategy trades, but if you're actually going to trade using this, you don't have aggressive, number one. And my what I'd be doing is I'd be sticking on moderate. That's what I'd be doing if I were going to use this in auto mode. All I can tell you. I don't auto trade, but that's all I can tell you. So again, you cannot use it. You cannot use aggressive in here. Moderate is basically aggressive, except, let me just show you what I mean. Okay. BIOC. Notice here, see aggressive is 5.67 and moderate is minus 5.26. Okay. And conservative is minus 5.26. That's because the stop actually got hit. So what happens is moderate then stops calculating if the stock actually hits the stop. Aggressive, these are what if scenarios. But what if you were still in the trade? Okay. Now because it obviously moved down from 494, there it is at 466. In aggressive mode, the what if scenario, you'd be up 567. This stops calculating though. The minute it hits, whereas you can see right there, these are the same because the stop never got hit. And conservative is getting out, when the what if scenarios. That's how I refer to them. What if scenarios. You got out exactly when the AI got out. Surprised this is all the same, but oh, I know why. It hasn't been stopped out. It hasn't exited the trade yet, so that's why these are all the same. But if I were, even thinking of auto trading, I'd put it on moderate, because then I wouldn't get. The only reason is because because I don't want to let the system take me out of a trade, where it's been optimized for. Okay, you've heard me say this many times. If the trade is working, the AI will get out of a trade even if it's working if some kind of, what I call it, an artificial target is hit, or a time. Some of these strategies have time periods that they're holding. So, if a trade is working, but yet the AI has been optimized for a 60-minute hold, that's the strategy, the overall strategy. So I always say, consider the individual alerts on their own, though. So why would anybody get out of a trade that is working? Just because the AI has, for the overall strategy, has optimized trade for an hour hold, or put some kind of a target, $1 or 50-cent target on it. Why would you do that? Thank you, Eric. Educational for me too, because there are some things that I got asked and I've forgotten about, so I have to kind of recharge my memory. Boy, down go those. Look at XPEV now. Wow. Look at this. That's a big candle now. That's probably one of the biggest ones of the day. Sell off. 5 minute, 15 minute. Not quite. I mean, there's a 15 minute, but those are some pretty big sell-offs. How's NIO doing? Which a lot of people wish Citron would just shut up. Why did they do it today? And LI, yeah, I'm sure Mr. William. XPAV looks even better. I mean, it just is really accelerating downward. All right, guys, are there any other questions? Is that a who are they after? Who's KCAC after? But what do they do? What does QuantumScape do? Oh, okay, solid state battery. Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, I mean, look, it's but the merger has not happened. Obviously, the merger has not happened. But this is who they're after. Great, Nick. Glad to hear it. November 25th. Really? That's an absolute date. Wow, interesting. Okay, thank you. You are our SPAC expert. No question about it. GKK. No kidding, yeah. Forever grateful for you for pointing out that one. Seems like years and years ago now. I know it's only months, but made some pretty good money. Oh yeah, sell it before the merger. No question. You know, you may get a little pop after the merger, but then reality sets in. Yeah, you're more than welcome. I mean, that was... I can't even remember what it was anymore. I know you know, but... down goes Peck. Off the Sun W graph. There you go. And it turned into... What did it turn into again? No, it's a full position close tip. Which one? Reduced risk? Was that the SFL? Okay, so what happened is this. So you can see, and this is way back. So did that just happen? Exit time, yeah, 2:30. So that just happened. So this is what this means. So a short at 664. Now I can tell you right off the bat. Yeah, really, it didn't do much. You know, I mean, it did. You know, there was the short popped up. Didn't really do much. So what happened is this. Eventually, instead of waiting for the stop, which was 686. The AI said, you know what, let's get out of this. It's just not, it just doesn't look like it's going to work. We've given it a lot of time. That's a lot of time. I mean, this was in at 9:57, it's at 2:30. And, you know, so instead of waiting for it to get stopped out at 686, and it may not have happened, it gets out with what's called a reduced risk. And it's out of everything. You know, AI does, unfortunately, there's no way right now anyway to say take half off in an automated fashion with the AI. You'll also see, even though I think this is misnamed very, very badly, the profit save, but the profit save kind of works the same way in reverse. Imagine you were in a stock and it was, you know, and the AI got you in, you know, at, what price? Say right here, okay, right here, 645. Stock zooms up, 645, it's $8. I mean, I know this is a daily chart, but imagine this was an intraday chart. 645, it's $8, it's moving higher. And the stop is way down here. You know, well, way down, it'd have to be below the entry price. And also, there could be a hold period, say 60 minutes. I'll just make it up, 60 minutes. So the AI alerts 645. In 30 minutes, it goes all the way up to 8 from 645. Then it starts to drop. Well, if you were, never mind the AI, if you were in a trade like that, and you got in at 645 and it got up to 8, and then it started to drop, you know, if you're a smart trader, you're going to take some off. Maybe everything, but you'll certainly take some off. So that's what the AI does. It starts looking at the situation, says, you know what? Even though we still have 30 minutes left on the theoretical hold time, it hasn't hit the stop way down here. We're going to take it out. And that's what a profit save is typically about. I remember when we didn't have a profit save. I remember Weight Watchers dramatically. You know, and this is going back probably 3 years. Weight Watchers, this is when it was Weight Watchers, you know, the old symbol. It went way up intraday, and then it came down, 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 and then it hit the stop. And because we had no mechanism to get out of a trade, unless it hit the stop or it got stopped out because of the time hold. So that's when we started introducing these profit algorithms, these profit save and reduce risk. So does that make sense? I did make a trade today. Well, I made one trade in the pre-market. And then in the pre-market, I took out a trade that I had yesterday, the candy, and I mentioned what was the one way back? Testing this, the AMWL. Testing the old gap continuation or reverse. So I took the trade here. This is right, I'm testing this. I brought this back probably about an hour before the market closed yesterday, and I started to see some interesting setups, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to try it today. Definitely going to be using it probably a lot next week. You know, and everybody is welcome to have this. Instead of making you go to my, well, no, you got to go to my homepage. Doesn't cover futures, no family play. Only stocks. Stocks. Question in the YouTube feed. Which SPAC? It was KCAC. That was a question from the YouTube feed. Which SPAC were we talking about? We're talking about KCAC. And according to our SPAC expert, Mr. GKK, they will complete their merger by November 25th. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. If there are, I will stick around. Otherwise, I will take off. Going once, going twice. All right, I think that is a wrap. So, guys, thanks a lot for all of you in the YouTube and the taking the test drive. You have another week. You know, ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. And thanks for all the help. Other people pitch in and answer questions. It's really appreciated. So I will open the room at 9 o'clock Monday morning. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then.